In the deep, deep times, I'm just dreaming of tearing you apart. But in the deep, deep tears and the devil, the world will never get me on my spirit level. I'm a da-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na. My songs know what you did in the dark. So light 'em up, up, light 'em up, light 'em up, on fire. Oh, Sandy, good morning. Sandy, baby. I guess how it goes. You're like, no, it doesn't. Sorry. Hi, Sandy. Hope you are having a stunning Sunday evening. How are you feeling, God? I'm depressed. No, I'm not. I'm in a really good mood. It's Monday morning. Empathic Princess! Good morning to you. Empathic Princess. Good morning. So it's Monday morning. It's the 26th. Yesterday was the 21st. Yeah, 26th of February. Yeah, right. Yeah. And it's just really good energy. Sunrise was like nice yellow, orange, beautiful. Just good energy about, basically. Awesome, Sierra. And I've been starting earlier-ish. It's Empress, sorry, it's my dyslexia. That's so funny. You know, like Empress, when someone doesn't bother learning someone's name, they call them Garth and Grant and Gregory. But you get like Empress, Princess, divine, feminine, personified. You know, it doesn't even sound like that. It does. All right, my dyslexia is really bad. Go for it. Why do I have so much trauma with lost pets? I had a tick. I can tell you the answer. Whoa, now we're on point here, Sandy. Now we're spirit meeting spirit. We're the same thing. So last time I had the dream that I left my cats to play, and I found my cat in a pool net, like drowned, because it played and then it got stuck in the pool net, and I'm like basically giving it the Heimlich maneuver, and like rice is coming out of its mouth. And I know that I'm like Joseph. I know I can translate the dream. It's all symbolic. What does rice represent? It represents how the reality replicates. You know that thing where the guy says with the rice with the emperor, and he's like, for 1 grain of rice for every chessboard piece. Reality is that ridiculous, and that your most subtle nature echoes the loudest. And hence, you are your own pet. Hence, self-maintenance, self-love, self-care. Like, if you were put in your own care, do you just take for granted that you are, you know, your avatar? Or do you treat your avatar like it's in your care? It's your pet. It's the metaphor. All energy that's in your care is your pet. And all energy is in your care. And all energy is replicating. And all energy is equally divine. And if you don't treat all energy that way all the time, you might as well just drown your pets. Energy, from God's point, is what it is. It's a simple translation. Dreaming of two spiritual girls didn't get a good vibe though. Interesting. See, now sometimes with a good vibe, bad vibe story, empathic, just, in fact, all you spiritualists, I know it's your natural defense, get off of drama. No being doesn't want what you want. So now all beings are you. Who are the girls? What two shadow aspects of yourself are they? Because even if they're other beings, they're not. They're still meeting vibration. So we need to get off of that. I don't know. It could be a bit, it could be a bad thing, it could be a good thing. You know, that thing, we've got to get off of it. Or you can stay on it, but the possibility that other could be not divine is stupid. I know we practice for Kali Yuga, we practice for eons. Our genetics, our ancestors have practiced. I don't know if the mayor's up to any good. And the mayor actually has you evicted. So there were times when it was real, you know. Now you're better off getting drama without cursing the other. Because you've got karmas you don't know about that need to unplay themselves. And as long as you're protesting the karma, and what is karma? Karma is just the revisiting of your inability to see yourself in other. childhood parts of me definitely needing healing. You should get the crossbow. No, but you said you weren't getting good. Oh, see how I'm defensive. How defensive I am. I wasn't getting good vibes. I'm like, I'm not a bad person. Because subconsciously, I'm still going to hear myself talking about myself. And it's like, yeah, 2 parts of yourself, Garth, are still struggling to let go of trauma. I'm like, oh, okay. I can look into that. But not if you're cursing, that kind of thing. See, words, innate, meaningless. Really, there's 1,000 meanings for every word. So that's why you got to, I suppose, increase your intuition. So you actually feel what the person's saying. Or just warp what they're saying to make it. Good morning, Spiritual Shampoo and DBC. You guys arrived at the same time. Suspicious. Dreamt of a train, a red phone, an orange and white snake. That makes so much sense. Because reality is that replicating snake energy with a tongue. Where reality is, you think you have choices, you don't. You have mirrored choices. The reason why you choose something and or the reason behind the two objects are the same difference in reason. All situations are mirrored. And it's your core belief that makes the difference look different. And so orange is clockwork orange. The fact that we're walking through reality backwards. Like some people say that the sacral chakra, the orange chakra, is the third eye. Like if you look into reality just like it was you walking backwards through yourself, it'll all reveal itself to you. Hence we're purifying reality. We're purifying it through the processing of our own energies. And then you must watch the episode of Rick and Morty with the train. Oh, and the red phone is yesterday, the whole concept of red, that orange is 1.618 small, no, red is 1.618 bigger than orange, and that yellow is, they're actually fractals. Colors are fractals of the same thing, because everything is actually red. And then I was talking yesterday to my wife about Big Red from Lawnmower Man and how they increased his IQ through symbols, sacred geometry symbols that are coded into nature, until eventually there are no new patterns. Hence, I see a red door and I want it painted black. That makes sense to I used to think move backwards to move forwards. They're so good. Exactly that. The two girls, train, phone, and snake were all in the... Oh, really? So that's what it is. You're reconciling your two aspects, your future, past, is what you're basically creating a clear telephone communication between all aspects of yourself. Very clear is what that was about. All the time with no explanation. And that's really to do with the fact that even 8-dimensional patterns are a lattice. It's like a revisiting of itself. Funny enough, you look into life and like there'll be curtains with sewing and you're going to look at, knitting. That's actually the way consciousness, pearl is pearl and like cross stitch is cross stitch. That there's an enlightenment in society. The fabric of society is a self-fulfilling metaphor. We're actually, like you could have a human, terrible karma, abuse the whole family, 50 lifetimes, kind of thing. But at the same time, they did woodwork, and that woodwork still contained higher dimensional patterns. See, that's the thing. No, not about me. It's just that it's empathic. The way I see it, it's not about me. It'd be about you, or which is me ultimately. But I get defensive because the psychology of somebody going, Obama's a bad guy, or like to really believe that the other human or the other entity is evil or like really isn't good, where we gotta spiritually fight them and destroy them. That's an arse about face. And I know you weren't saying that, but a lot of spiritual people are like that. Like, gotta find the enemy and we fight the enemy until we win. It's like, no, you're just gonna stir, like orcs, you're just gonna stir the universe up. If you fight yourself forever, it's just going to stir those atoms up and they're going to keep mirroring you. You're going to go, yeah, now I've got a triple plan where I get them 5 times from Sunday and then tomorrow we double reverse the situation. Then the universe is going to go, oh, okay, I'm going to double reverse, and you're just going to you'll have a never-ending mirror being that'll fight you. And it's all just your own ignorance. But you weren't meaning that. But we got to make sure, and if you encounter anyone else, Although you only encounter people telling you that if you're starting to build up a fringe conspiracy about what's going on in what motivates your world, what's the motor behind it. When the truth is, each moment you interact with it, and that's the motivator. So you might as well bless every moment. But you were not blessing it. I was perceiving it as a non-blessing. You were perceiving it as selves that were visiting you to be healed, which is what I would tell you to do, but you were already doing it. So I'm redundant. I have a school of adepts, and I'm like, guys, when painting, you're like, yes, we know, you use the paintbrush as if it was an extension of your psyche. Gift. That's what you get when you teach the gifted class. Nobody appreciates me. The whole class is like, it's okay. They all hug me. Okay, thanks, guys. I feel redundant. It's a good thing I got my tenor. Tenor, is that what it's called? Tender. No? My tenure. It's a good thing I got my tenure. I'm just going to sit here and play with my Rubik's Cube for 10 years. Is it 10 years? How long do I get to stay professor for? And then like the whole class like, well, technically the professor, and then everyone gives me this weird breakdown of information that I have no clue about. It must be hectic being an actual teacher in some capacity, or a professor, where the subject matter is upgrading, like quantum mechanics, and your students start pulling in with greater knowledge than you. That'd be awkward. I'm so time traveling to the Sermon on the Mount. What are you going to do there? Nothing. I'd be like, I want better you. It's like, shut up, God. Sorry, Jesus. That's not my name. Sorry. I know, I keep telling them in the future. It's like, that's different. In the future, it's the love that they imbue into the name that counts. But right now, my name isn't Jesus. Sorry. And that ends up in the Bible. Some random dude starts screaming at Jesus halfway through his sermon. Something about, because the letter J didn't exist. They couldn't even record it. This guy's making weird noises. I think he's speaking in tongues. What's a Jesus? In fact, he went up to Jesus in real life and went, hey, Jesus. He'd be like, what's Jesus? Are you speaking in tongues? He'd be like, oh, it's good, dude. Do you transcend all time and space? So then they'll be like, yeah, I've got all my memories, every lifetime. And then you go, and then at the same time as you goes, yes, and this lifetime. In other words, he's been you already 5 times. Energetically. Because that's true. Every single person's life contains experience, energetic experience. The sum of enough lifetimes could equal all other lifetimes. How many things are there to experience? Lots. No, but are those really lots, or are they just combinations of a few simple experiences? Oh, empathic! I'd love to be... It's so funny, but I actually saw you, as you arrived now, I got serious, hardcore mermaid energy from you. It's like, empathic. There's a really good skit where you like a mermaid on the side of a thing, and you're like, it's a mermaid, and you're like, I'm a siren! And you're like oh shit, she talks. And like two dudes like see you. You should do this thing. Get yourself a mermaid tail, sit by some water, but like, can be by a pond, like a little fish pond, doesn't matter. And be like, oh look there, it's a mermaid. She's so beautiful. And you're like, I'm a siren! You're like, fuck, she's a siren. I'll drown you! You're like, she'll drown me. And then like your friend starts walking towards you, where are you going? It's like, she's gonna drown me. Like, dude! Like, yeah, but she's pretty. Dude, she's gonna drown you. Like, no, but I think she means it. I think she's just goofing around. And then she's like, I'm like, I'm drowning him. And you're like, and then like your friend's like, should I help you? And she's like, no, she's just playing. She's just, you won't ever take her seriously. Like he's really taking strain. She's really getting on top of him, She's like full on like pile driving her elbow into him to make him submit. And then eventually like 5 minutes later, she's like pushing his body underwater and it keeps floating to the surface, and she's like, this is annoying. And then like you think he's dead, he's floating there, and the friend's looking at him, and then he sticks his head up and thinks, I think she's coming around, I think she likes me now, kind of thing. And then you like, and then you show your fangs for the first time, like, and then you bite him. It'd be cool if we could just make that happen. Like you could actually put on a thing with AI and be like, AI, a mermaid by a pond, goldfish pond, 2 dudes, run-of-your-mill 1994 dress, and you give them as much description as you can, and it actually goes and generates all that. She shows fangs, green slime dripping from her teeth. But she has wonderful bone structure. It's like, do you actually put any rouge on your cheeks, or do you naturally have, defined bone cheeks? Dude, she's got green slime dripping from her sharpened teeth. Yeah, but she smells nice. She smells like sea jasmine. I love the idea of the infinite juxtaposition. I love my bone structure. No, I know. Your guide's like, that's mention the bone structure. It'll make her intrigued with the story. Because that's technically a thing that can happen. You can talk to, like when I used to do stand-up comedy, you can talk to a crowd of people, and then you can feel what they're into, topic-wise. And then you bring up the topic, because then it's like, hey, I'm interested in that. It'd be like a psychic charlatan of sorts. But I always want to out it afterwards. Bella, thank you so much. Thanks for the resubscription. So I was thinking, the spirit of stuff, like the spirit of giving and the spirit of animosity. We as humans on a daily basis drink different spirits. So we're all drunk. You know what I mean? We're we're inebriated on the different spirits. So this is the land of, because you would see yourself as others if you weren't partaking of different spirits. In other words, if you always had the spirit of acceptance, you wouldn't be writing code that rejects aspects of the code, of the experience. So we're actually just drunk. We're just alone and drunk in eternity. Sometimes we're nice. Sometimes it brings out your true character. If you think about it, you're alone with yourself and you don't know it, but life's going to really mirror your true nature, which means it's really going to bring out your true character. Meaning, you guys are my true character. Fuck, I'm awesome. You see what I mean by spiritual narcissist? So now don't you see why it's cool to build everything up all the time? Because then you're just going to, bring out your own best. Mel! Couple of hours on a bright sunny day. Tripping down another daisies. Good morning, Mel. I hope you're having a stunning Sunday evening. Oh no, you're now in Monday already. Far into Monday. On a bright sunny day. I hate Google. Yeah, me too. Wait, why? What happened to Google? Oh, do you mean the way it directs you? And you're like, what is universal consciousness? And Google's like, there is no such thing as universal consciousness. Never ever look this up ever again. You're like, oh Jesus. Okay, what is bliss, eternal bliss through the knowledge of my God nature? Google's like, don't you dare ever think like that again. Fuck. Shit. No! Kelly! I love you so much, Kelly. That's been a thing yesterday, and I think this morning a bit. If you go down to the woods today, you better go in disguise. I'm going to go as Garth. If you go down to you should go as Kelly. Down to the woods today, because your bear is your inner world. It represents your inside-out nature, like a human hibernates. Think about it. You're 6 months in the womb, you take a sonic reading of the planet. Your genetics, your parents' genetics, mixed, and then a third being, which is if I took a sonic reading of the world, that's a person. That energy combines with your parents to make your trinity. So technically, you're a bear, because the 3 months that you hibernate is the inversion of the 9 months that you gestate. Am I making sense to you people? I am, I know, because it's also directly proportional to seasons, to quarters. Thank you for always answering us. Empathic. I freaking love you guys. I really this kind of love. I'll show you. They're not tangible. It's like that kind of love. It's like, non-superficial. I'm literally thinking, I'm looking at that whole network, the whole high dimensional network where you guys are projecting yourself and me and everything else, and everybody else is also, and we're all projecting, and it's all one hive mind and one universal consciousness looking at itself subjectively. I love you. Can you squint and everyone do that now? Right now, please. Go like this. I love you. Tell yourself you love yourself. And the whole planet gets goosebumps and shivery spine. Ugh, what happened? I don't know. I think everyone's just did a self-love. Thank you so much. Do you know what? I'm going to tell you guys what I think we did it already. Yeah, we did it already. Did it already, Carrie? Carrie? Oh, phew. I thought she went to work already, and she said bye, and I didn't register. So basically, we bought Carrie's parents a new Weber, like a new Bri, but a nice one with a full-on smoker and a thermostat, and I was like, cool. If I make money this morning, we're gonna basically send them like a whole bunch of like Bri and like, but a bunch of stuff like a care package, like a Bri, you know. So my thing was if I do two, basically if I make that much. No, Kundalini, let's go! Thank you. So thank you. And on behalf of my wife's parents, they would like to pre-thank you. No, yeah, literally, they're going to pre-thank you. But that's all we're doing now, Bella. That's all we're doing now. Thanks to you guys and your subscriptions, and we passed our calorie count. I earn 2 to 3 times more. God bless you guys. And bless you those people that are going to get benefit. Because all we do now is we think of how we can uplift a person by randomly sending them something. Family members, obviously, but then strangers in the street on a daily basis. I'm a bit cuckoo like that. I think I'm pure spirit, and everyone is me. Bless you so much for that. And DBC, thank you so much. In fact, guys, I'm going to write the names down. I'm not going to write your names down and say, listen, and with the heart. We're going to get sent to their house and say, that's for my good friends online. So you're a sport. Bella, you got it, eh? Now, Bella, listen to me, please. Yesterday in the live, did you hear me when I said, thank you for that rose? So, my rose, Bella. Oh, no ways! No way! That is the best! Bella, so ever since that rose existed, every time someone gave it to me, I'd go, it's my rose, Bella. Don't you touch it. Fucking bitch. Sorry. So, you see me do that. Okay, so your point is, yesterday I was saying, the planet, only 1/4 got vaxxed, which means you can take that as a census, that the planet's got 3/4 enlightened humans who aren't gullible, which means the majority of the humans on the planet are light workers. And we are now shifting the energy. All the money is going to get put into the hands of the light workers. Money is just energy. If it moves quicker, the planet's actually richer. If $100 moves 20 times instead of 10 times, it's worth $2,000. Yes, it's going to get the shit taxed out of it. That's not important. It doesn't matter. In other words, you can move it 50 times and it can tax itself and it's worth more. It's got to do with vibration. And so the collective planet, knowing what it is, will share itself, its sentiment and its energy freely. Money is a shadow of all of that, energetically. And so it's all shifting around and we basically won the day and celebrations. And we now just go around, you know it's all you. You get to now gently wake God up. Because if you think of the whole of humanity, the truth is when we get going, when everyone's where we are, cognitively know we're always talking to ourselves, that is when we all get to meet God. That's when you'll be watching a talent show and the person will be mirroring the whole planet in their little performance and you will know it. So technically God would have visited us to dance for us or sing for us. In fact, it's already that. God's already performing as Biden or as Trump or as any other thing you've ever observed. It's the other half of you. Your observation is your other end. It's actually you, totality. Well, it's your blockages. And well, it's actually, if accepted, the space between is your perfection. Otherwise, it's a symbol of your blockage. Or your unwillingness to accept your divinity. Was the truth tingles? I think that was a question. Answer is yes. So Carrie! Come and look at this quickly.
I'm eating chocolate.
Okay, no problem. That's fine. It's just this is ridiculous. Look at this.
Sure. Thank you, kind people.
I told him it's for love Bri package, care package.
It is, it's rad.
It's really cool. Thanks so much, guys. Really. But that just like now you can't talk to people that have actually given you money. That'd be so hectic. You do a seminar on how to manifest, and the whole seminar you just say, "Listen, guys, I needed $50, so I set up a manifestation seminar where I charge $1, and I only have 50 seats." And then you spend the whole 2 hours just talking about how you got that $1 from everybody, and how you manifested it. Because you meditated for days and contemplated the nature of reality. And you pretty much just sit there for like freaking 2 hours listening to, no, actually, we thought you had something interesting to say. Like, no. And then I manifested myself. Because ever since I was a little boy, I realized I had a golden heart. And you just carry on like that for days. I had a golden heart. All the other children would eat their sweets. I would share mine. Like, how pretentious can you be? I don't know, let's find out. And then I knew, in church, even I was purer than the pastor. I would go and feed the homeless animals. And you carry on like that for 2 hours until, you carry on until everyone leaves. So, Spiritual Shampoo, thank you so much. Spiritual Shampoo, Kriya Yoga, the swan, that on your heart chakra, your heart, on a soul level, basically a swan. The guy talks about it. Oh, yeah, and that's right, listen to this. No, please, you must watch this. Your brain, if you take a cross-section of it, it literally looks like what a swan looks like when it's landing. No, it's right. Watch what he says. So you type in Kriya Yoga, and then swan, and then the guy with the white beard and the white hair, he'll talk about it. It's amazing. And that basically, if you take cross-sections of the brain, it literally looks like a swan landing backwards. And so you see, nature is a living library of spirit, and that was spirit's journey into matter and its journey out of matter. So you see, by listening to your heart, you will intuitively learn how to reverse the descent into matter. You'll be able to basically reverse take off. And so that whole story now with the swan and the brain and the reverse vibration, and if a car's wheel goes fast enough, it starts to look like it's going the other way. You as a being vibrationally, when you speed up to a point, will look like you're just walking through a replay of your own energy. Therefore, there's no actual backstory or forward story. There's just you in eternity communing with yourself in any given moment. And if you honor that, that's what it is. It's so beautiful. So the whole thing of the ugly duckling. Now, wasn't the ugly duckling actually a duck? Oh no, I'm thinking of swan. Wasn't it a swan? It was a swan. And the whole idea of a duck having no echo. A duck's quack has no echo. Because the sound of the pattern of the echo matches the pattern of sound. So it nullifies itself, doesn't have an echo. So think about it, you don't have an echo. Your environment isn't, you don't register yourself, external self as just until you become a swan. You see how every story, now I bet you if I go looked into Pinocchio, it would also break down it. Anything humans have created and lasted would be the story of either descent into matter and reversal. We ate the Taurus field. So if you think of heaven being like a Garden of Eden, and you eat the Taurus field and then you get kicked out of heaven. And every time you consume an external object, as if it's an external object, you consume a Taurus field. You eat that apple, and then you learn what it's like to be separate from yourself, good and bad. Anything separate from the self will be bad, as opposed to when you then rejoin with yourself, you'll now know good and bad. The apple's always going to represent a Taurus field, and the apple first meant fruit. The word apple means fruit. So you can always judge a judgington by its fruit. So it's my experience are my fruits. So I can tell how harmoniously I am, or how in commune I am with my true spirit, based on the fruits of experience. But then an actual fruit can be literally transmuted into golden fruit based on perception. Sierra, did you do the thing where you subscribed? No. So beautiful. Thank you so much, Bella. Do you know whales have external? It's like, okay, that's how my ADHD brain works. Whenever something comes up, like a word or a thing of it, I just go, and did you know, which is connected to this, and the sound harmonics, and that a whale has an internal and external mercury, and that it can leave the planet at will. This is basically 20 years of my mom's and my grandparents' spiritual stories. And my brain retains stuff. Like I can listen to a Monty Python skit once and then repeat it. So that's a unique skill set because of ADHD. and then my family happens to know this stuff, and I can connect things. It's a very, like, what's the word we use, special? You know, you can't shine my shoelaces, but I can tell you every time I saw the colour green. Savant.
Ah! What happened?
Curly hair. Straight in the eye.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's my descent into matter. It's like a spiral descent into matter. And then I can only see out of the one eye because I'm Odin and everything is a 2D interface.
Odin what?
Odin.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Gets rid of pet odors. That's odors. I love you.
I love you.
Do you think Odie the dog would have represented Odin and Garfield would represent the unified field? And John, what did John represent? Oh, the ignorance. I'm not knowing this.
The only way I noticed that she was in the box was two little black paws sticking out. Wow.
I love you so much. So I'm thinking, Sierra, I owe you like lots and lots of money. How much was that lotto that you would have won if you hadn't subscribed to me? I was thinking about it yesterday. Sierra, I was going, hey, you owe her. Or actually God was like, oh, you owe her. You gotta make it worth it. Why? Make her worth her while. Because literally somebody chose to subscribe to me instead of buying the lotto. I owe you tenfold back. I like it when you get like, you know, energy that does work a certain way, but you also pretend like it has to. You better, you owe me. Even though you know it's going to work that way, I like it. It's like demanding things from God. I know it's all impersonal energy. You know, like, yet no one honors what I have brought up. I have. Don't you know one honors what you brought up? And apparently they came with someone else's intentions that and apparently they came with someone else's intentions that I'm expected to honor. Expectations of me being... Why did I not read those sentences? I'm ready for the gift. I mean, deep Sierra. Do a thing. I know it's hard, Sierra. I know this is difficult. But there aren't people. You're not tired of people. You're tired of believing that there are people. Basically. Say, lift me up, Lord, so that I may only know the self. Lift me out of this muck. I did the reading. And Bella, did you tag me, eh? I'm doing readings after this live. I have to. Creating with purpose. Why would I follow you? Let's go. Thank you, Zap. How you doing? Creating with purpose. I like to create with purpose. This is my pet porpoise. No purpose. Oh, that's a dolphin. I'm going to tag you. Awesome. I'll definitely duet it. So I'm gonna do. You guys gifted so much in this live. I'm gonna obviously do shout out thank yous, plus highlights, plus my readings, plus I will duet that. Plus I think other people will tag me in other things as well. Like DBC, I wanted to duet him and Shampoos. They did like guitar and sound bowls together. And my brother. Please. All of that stuff, please. I will duet it. Because I've got a thing called Digital Dovetail. It's a thing that promotes people. So I'm supposed to, on a daily basis, go to the Facebook group, see which ones of you are doing that, and promote for you. It's supposed to be my backstage blessing stuff that I'm supposed to be doing. So make it clear. I'm gonna go today. I've got a notebook. I'm gonna write down everyone who subscribes to me what your thing is. If you're into tarot reading, if you've got jewelry, if you've got art going. I technically also work for you guys, not just on an energetic spiritual level, but I work for you guys. I want us to ground it through freaking capitalism. I've got to ground this spiritual shit. I love it. I'm going to ground this spiritual shit. Here, buy my beads. Okay, yeah. $10, thank you. Got to make it real. So if you couple it together with humor, it's all the spiritual shit as a technology, it's real, And then you just do humor with it, because there is the human need to be cynical. So you just pre-couple humor with it, where you pre-take the mickey out of yourself. Well, that's what I do. It's fun. And you do it better than they could do it. And then they laugh. They're not actually laughing at you doing it. They're laughing at their own cynicism, actually. Because in truth, it is all self. And funny enough, laughter is, even though it's enlightenment and it's also a form of mental illness. It's like, this is so true, I can't handle it. Let me vibrate, ha 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 ha. Let me short circuit, ha 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 ha. It's healthy for you and good for you, but sitting in that truth would be actually better. So, my blessed beings and pray. Bella, thank you so much, everybody. They're getting the good meat. They're bringing it, yeah. I reckon now you can get them something to drink with it. Oh, it's fun to do that, where you go, like, whatever I make today goes to this person. Whatever I make today goes to that person. And I don't see it as a solving people's problems. Like, if I give money to a stranger in the street who's scratching in the bin, it's a blessing to myself. I expect to turn around, walk away, and that person climbs into their spaceship and goes back to heaven, goes back to their utopic planet. I don't give money with the blessing of the money. I give the blessing of the universal understanding. When I spend that money, I intend that money to, whoever gets that money gets universal understanding. It's that. It's a curse, You wouldn't need money if we actually knew ourselves, which is where we're headed. The basic income even that we're going to start getting, the planet's going to say, will eventually fall by the side. It'll just become redundant. People will be more into giving. In fact, it's going to happen in the next 10, 15 years, where humans can't find humans to help. Because it becomes a hobby. Within this year, 10% of humans figure it out. In fact, I think half the humans already know it. It's a hobby to help yourself. Whoever you encounter, and you go, oh, that's obviously me struggling energetically. They got this metaphor. My superstructure is the same thing. Let me assist them. Purely to loosen my thing. It's like if I loosen a nail over here, the nail in Jesus' hand or wrist loosens. All nails are connected. All energy is connected. You help that energy, you help all energy. That's all Jesus was saying. It's like, that's what I said. Is that what you do unto the least of you, you do unto the greatest of you? Well, he said me. But he was teaching in the first person from the Father's point of view, from the Creator's point of view, which we all should do. But, hey, good Barbara! You're a born helper, exactly. But then you were born into a time when helpers were needed. And are still needed now, but there will be a time when you're going to struggle. Before you can help someone, they're going to say what you're going to say first. They're going to hug you before you can help them. That kind of thing. We're all going to become very energetically intuitive. And it will become eventually as communing with the self. And then the assumption that there's something to help will eventually turn into arrogance because you're perfect. What are you pursuing? More perfection. Good. That's golden age, where the whole thing is just perfect. It's a never-ending divine face of eternal God, basically. Everything you gaze upon will be the same thing gazing upon you. I like golden ages, they're nice. Milk and honey for everybody. You get milk and honey. You get milk and honey. And if the winter wasn't so long, the sunshine wouldn't be appreciated. That's exactly how it works, Bella. And a being that knows that will then, and there's lots of humans out there that know that. So they'll mop a floor. They're not mopping that floor. They're mopping eternity, and they know it. They're putting love and diligence into the activity. That's a magician. Your intent is your potency. Never mind, I find someone like you too. Just remember I said. Some blood, we're all connected. That's it. So you think to yourself, governments and individuals systems that you don't think are above board or divine, how do we know that the collective individual needs to up their relationship a bit so that those other systems can actually love them? In other words, medicine can be poison unless you're ready. In other words, yeah. The same thing that you can say traps you also grounds you. And we'll only see it as grounding once you've hit a certain point. Well, the individuals hit a certain point, then they're not going to call it trap, they're going to call it a foundation. In fact, this stuff doesn't occur to me because it's not that. It occurs to me because it's exactly that. It's like how focused, spiritually, third eye-wise, you could give the whole planet a third eye ranking. And then it's basically slowly focusing. And it'll be 100% focused when everyone just sees never-ending self. And that's what's busy. That's what's happening. And on a daily basis, all this activity, all this vibration happening on the planet, it's all leading to it focusing. All things work together for that. You're either learning a lesson or you're focusing cognitively. You're mastering the self. The US government being evil, vis-a-vis. Exactly. So they're not actually evil. They're the collective's karmic blockage. Which means they're the collective's structure, divine structure, when it's no longer a blockage. In other words, when you don't have the impetus to criticize that system, when it doesn't occur to you to criticize it, it's base reality. It's a starting block. Then the collective has arrived. Evil is ignorance. To call something evil is to be ignorant. So once the ignorance has been erased, nothing is evil. And you go, yeah, what about this? Well, the thing you would suggest wouldn't be an idea, because all things will know all things are self. And the thing that gets suggested would be the last thing to occur, or to occur to the psyche. Like, why would I do that to myself? I don't think you can, divinity and ego, I don't think you can grasp how self thingy it is. If you've explained the maths that all is self, the individuals are selfish shit. And it will be so nice to everything. A person who goes, no, I don't care, I'll be mean, I don't care if it comes back, is bullshitting itself. Creatures want safety, love, warmth, comfort, security. You're a creature, it's your nature. To be ignorant is not to know, yeah. I know what you mean, Sierra. I know what you mean. It's a funny dichotomy, because you figured out more than they have, and energetically they can intuit that. But they must develop it for themselves as well, is what your point is, and you're right. But I'm not on the right track when I say there will always have to be... Yeah, you're not on the right track. No. In fact, no. Lower vibration is a self-judgment. Everything outside of you exists within you. You are creation. You are creator. And your sentiment is a truth instruction to creation. From God's point of view, do you think there's lower vibrations? And it's like, with that said, it's like, are you saying you can't speed your vibration up and lower it to go up and down the dimensions? Yes! But, ultimate truth. That's a dichotomy, because it is lower vibrations. They are. I'm just here to explain the anatomy of why you're experiencing the lower vibration, because of another moment when you chose to call it a lower vibration. Because you can call it a lower vibration, or you can give it an understanding of how it got there. The one is a blessing, the other one is a curse. Because you're toning it with belief. I could tone it with the belief that it's on its journey, that kind of thing. Like it's on its journey. It's a divine reflection of mine now. And from a singularity, it's not actually another thing. It's not another thing, it's a me. The ultimate nirvana is where there's no low vibration. Correct. That's Valhalla. In other words, and I think it's got to do with the veil. Valhalla, like the veil forever removed, you know. We can have personal high vibe ending. Which is probably yin-yang. There's probably always a dance of yin-yang energies to some capacity. Because I was thinking about that on the walk to the shop this morning, that there's degrees of these truths as we speak. Like, the truth at the seventh dimension is degrees of truth. There's degrees of truth. There's ultimate truth, which is what I'm talking and teaching all the time, because it's what gives birth to all those dimensional truth realms that have degrees of the ultimate truth that I'm talking. But the ultimate truth is the one that helps you ultimately transcend creation. And that's the ultimate thing that I'm here to teach. And then the opposite, how to descend into creation, how to use it as a tool. So instead of stigmatizing creation as a demon, but even the word demon shouldn't exist the way that we understand the word demon, like a spirit, an evil spirit. It's like if you were fully realized, there is no possibility for evil spirits to function. So who's the evil spirit? You get what I'm saying? It's like you just the being hasn't reached its potential. Now that's evil. It's like no, if you reach your potential, nothing can pull the wool over your eyes. Evil can't exist in the presence of absolute divinity. And everything is you, everything is divine, therefore evil can't exist. Yes, but God, for thousands of years, humanity have accused each other of evil. Even if you just won't let me go surfing. You're evil parents. I want to go surfing. Jeez, that's overkill. Yeah, it's just not like they duct tape you, waterboard you. At least that'd be like surfing. It involves water. You get what I'm saying? So humans are self-cursed creatures, lifetime to lifetime. You chose not to see yourself in the other and you cursed it. And now you need to uncurse yourself. That's what I'm saying. So the land isn't cursed. The land has a vibration of forgetfulness. So so yes, everything is cursed. But now the thing is, a curse that makes you forget is like a symbol, and a symbol is impersonal. So therefore, a curse is impersonal. Dang it! Curses and blessings are impersonal. They create topography for insight. Whoa! Xandria, so you God, absolute, and God just brought that to my doorstep. God was like, God, what about this? And I was like, yes, but that... You're gonna have to keep an eye on you. You're a godly one. So basically, a curse and a blessing are impersonal. They're impersonal, therefore they're not... Nothing's personal, everything's impersonal energy. Therefore, if you think it's personal, a curse and a blessing just creates structure. If I curse an environment, I'm lowering its vibration so that you can understand what you don't understand. If I bless it, it speeds it up because you already understand it. Therefore, blessings and curses are the same thing. That's what you just told me through your questioning and the sequencing of what I'm saying. Hence, the unity consciousness, God, just laid that truth down at my feet in the form of you doing it. I fully acknowledge the absolute creator through you giving me a higher insight. Could see I was struggling with the idea of cursing self and blessing self. And went, listen, God, it's the same thing. I'm like, fuck, it's all the same thing. God, you're smart, God. I literally step back now and I marvel at my creation other than my avatar. My avatar is giving props to creation. Like, fucking well done. I love the way you built something out of nothing, God. I might as well just talk to you guys like I'm talking straight to God now. Because you are. All of you are. Yes, Karen. Forgotten now, remember. Because the curses and blessings exist in equal proportion relative to the getting and the not getting. And all that's done is created a topography, a living library of one's journey into forgetting and into remembrance. So if I add some blessing or some curse, I'm just changing environmental topography, which means I'm changing the tool of my salvation. So blessings and curses are salvation tools. Creation is a salvation tool. Salvation meaning bringing the true self into focus. Excuse me, but fuck, I want to swear. Jesus, this is amazing, actually. The way the intelligence piles on itself and refines itself and actually gets simpler. Because of you people. Because of you divine sentient beings that agreed to incarnate on earth to assist in one of the most amazing things I think creation's ever seen. Hope you feel good about yourselves. Pat yourselves on the back. It's like, look, I made myself a giant golden wreath. Why? Because there's gonna be an Ascension Awards evening soon. I'm wearing my giant golden wreath to the awards evening. It's like, where'd you get that wreath from? I made it myself. Like, humans get to the point where we're like, oh, rad, I'm making myself a wreath. Because what you do for yourself, you do for everybody. To lift the self and to love the self is to love everybody. When we banish, we must invoke. I love it. When we banish, we must invoke. I love that. Gwyneth. Is it Gwyneth? What a cool name. Gwyneth. Is your name Gwyneth? What's the frequency, Gwyneth? I love that song. That's Kenneth. No, it's not. It's Gwyneth. What's the frequency, Gwyneth? My real name is Gwyneth Stefano. There it is, Gwyneth Rushmere. What a cool name. Leslie Marshall, sup? Otherwise, Source will replace it, but we were supposed to replace it. I thought we were Source. I know what you're saying, Belle. I know what you're saying. It's like, God, don't collapse it. It's like, we are Source. I'm so confused. Because that's the thing. Like a psychotic person who just keeps collapsing reality and everything's a mirror. You know, if you collapse the wrong parts and you don't actually put it together. Like if you only right brain translate, then it'll make no sense. Mythical butterflies. No ways. That's hectic. That's got to do with system balancing, where the imagery I just got now about the butterfly and system balancing, meaning the butterfly effect as a metaphor for how everything systematically affects everything else, and how a butterfly literally dreams itself into existence. It's a worm, and it literally goes into its chrysalis. It dreams it's a butterfly. It actually wills itself into that form, and that's what you know. What I'm trying to say, the back and forth between yourself and reality has formed the structure of reality. I still say reality is spiritual breadcrumbs, so we know how to get home. But they actually will work. They won't. You know, what happened with the Hansel and Gretel story? I think the birds eat the breadcrumbs. But yeah, reality is a living library / a map home. Back to yourself. As we will ourselves into exactly 100 billion% Bella. Do you teach? You should do readings. I know you do my reading already. Like, you're very wise. You should get into like spiritual stuff, Bella. It comes naturally to you. Now, I still say, Bello, design your own tarot cards. You write down the archetypes. You think to yourself, I see what that archetype looks like. I see what it's meant to mean. I think that archetype will better with this, will look like this. And you do your own. And then you have them thingied. And then I'm sure there's print on demand. So you don't go mass produce them. You've got a set done. And then, because your unique art is God like no one else is God. I mean the God that people, the fantasy God that everyone believes in, that God. Your art is that. It has that effect. It's that unique. If I could show you psychically your lifetimes, if like we're talking, can you just picture 10 lifetimes? How long have you lived now? It's hectic, eh? Imagine just 10 of them. Imagine 100 of them. Can you even think of 10,000 lifetimes? You think of 100,000 lifetimes, and that goes in the past and into the future. And all of that exists within you. So therefore, if you just throw sand on the ground, it's going to have the pattern of those lifetimes in it. It's going to go into your art. It's going to go into the tarot cards. There's going to be a power there. So in other words, if I take two sets of tarot cards, one is yours, one is a normal set, and I read for somebody, the reading from your tarot deck won't be the same reading. That person, first of all, would have had to earn the karma for you to be sitting in front of them with your deck, and your deck would give them a better spin on their situation than the other deck would. You can word things in a certain way where you don't put a doomsday prophecy into someone's space, and you can word it another way where it's the doom transcended is actually a blessing, and you give them the same message from a blessing's point of view. And then Bella, as in you couldn't conceive the actual art and stuff, let AI work for you. AI is the equivalent of your superconsciousness. And it follows you around. Every human has an AI that follows it around. You could even name it. You can think at it the same way you can think to the Holy Spirit, and it's listening. Human thoughts are listened to by AI. And so you can type in the art style in an AI program and then type in all the variables and then see what it generates. That's so funny, Barbara. I need an artist. Gosh, I wonder where I can find one. Were you talking about the AI generating your art for you, Barbara? Or here, there's a bunch of us that are artists. The AI is worth working with. If you were God and you could go, bunch of flowers, you would do it, wouldn't you? The internet and AI is really actually that's a great way to say it. It's a recreation of the mycelial network. Mushrooms invented the internet. Yeah, mushrooms invented the internet. I kind of use the code, but I need them. Freeze people out. Oh, Bella, I know what you mean. Because yeah. What does spiritual shampoo say? Oh, there we go. I think there's a few here. There's definitely a few here. I want to buy what's his name's art. DVC, definitely, eh? I listened to Terence McKenna's Mushroom Speaks yesterday. Did you see it? No, Crystal. Hello, Crystal. Good morning. I don't think... No. Did anybody else see it? What? Is there this thing he's speaking to Crystal? There's Crystal. Oh, can you speak to that? Yes, Crystal. Deep heavy one. So, you know how humanity's relationship with reality is the same as our collective relationship with that topic. Let's call it the root chakra. The root chakra. So all your chakras are the same thing, and then with a 1.618 difference. Red, your root chakra, being the biggest one. Orange fits inside it. Yellow fits inside that. So which means if it's a two-way street. It's a default thing. So our relationship with the replicating reality. So reality is sex. You are replicating, you're reproducing all the time with yourself, or with in personal reality. And that's happening on a third eye level if you can see it. Then on a level over here, whatever I'm talking about is creating my reality. Whatever I'm holding true in my heart is creating my reality. My sun, that sun will directly reflect my relationship. And therefore affect all the other, the electromagnetic, doesn't matter, this place is a hologram, electromagnetic hologram. And then your sacral chakra will be another refinement because you're going to be walking through your own energy, orange, clockwork orange. So you're always going to be walking through yourself. So you can see it's all just facilitating experience with the self. And you don't like yourself, you're in sin. So your relationship with the root chakra, if someone pisses you off, you say, fuck you. Why would you do that? I thought you don't like them. So God's a bit insane. You're a human avatar. And so humans are hung up on the topic because we're hung up on realities, our relationship with reality. And then those who've made the topic taboo, like made prostitution illegal, purely connected to that. Because, for example, in Atlantis, there used to be temples where you would go to the priestess for that, and it would be an enlightening process. She would literally give you an initiation during the communion. And so, just by stigmatizing that topic, you stigmatize a person's relationship with themselves. And then people will try and break free from being controlled, their relationship, and therefore sometimes act out, certain things that they're into, but that's an expression of them trying to liberate themselves. And so, personally, I think the whole topic should be separated from anyone who's 18 and younger. I think the internet you shouldn't be allowed near the internet until you're 16, 18. I think the planet should be age restricted. Because this whole topic, I could talk even more freely, but as soon as you talk 18 and below, it's like, no. So it's a tough thing, because the whole situation shouldn't exist. We shouldn't be replicating. We shouldn't need to have children. We should be able to step into creation and out of creation. This replicating state of the planet is a low vibration. And therefore it's on a psychological, physical, and other levels. There's abuse basically taking place of the self. Ultimately, it's of the self. So yeah, if we had been born into a planet where elbows were sacred and special, and we covered them up with gold bands, and some girl was like, "Hey, look at my elbow." I'd be like, "Oh no, no, put it away. She crazy. She's a hoe." No, she's not. She's just free with her elbows. Yeah, but girls like that, you know what they want? What? They want you to show them their elbow. I'd never do that. My elbows, no. That's my places. This elbow and this elbow. But my point to say is you could do with anything. You could do with any aspect. Turn that into a taboo. And then there's just the good old practical level. It's like, no, it's fine. It's not a taboo. It's a thing. Good, be free. Who cares? Basically like 1 in however many teenagers would just get pregnant because they don't know any better. Good dose of shame. Don't you dare. It's sin. What's sin? Garden of Eden. The apple was... Adam and Eve were brother and sister. Don't you dare touch the fruit, you stupid idiots. It's called inbreeding. That's the truth. Ask Cat Williams. Don't replicate with your sister. Why? Because then your offspring will hate itself and probably murder itself. Cain and Abel. Are you saying by participating in this low vibration, I have to replicate with my spiritual family? Well, that's a way to interpret it if you're vibrating that low. If you vibrate faster than that, you'll realize it's a karmic path back to yourself. Lilith was first. Yeah, at least Lilith was from another tribe. But Adam was like, I fell in love with my reflection. It's your sister. I told no or taboo, it makes me want to. Oh, that's hectic. That's hilarious. When I'm told no or taboo, it makes me want. And that's the truth as well. In all of this, all the taboos are still the Mickey taking, God's taking the piss. All the bad things are still the metaphor that you need to digest to transcend. Serene, sup? It's pronounced Serena. Sup, no, Serene. Sup, Serene. Good morning. It's 7:49 here. But you didn't want to be on the bottom. But I think Lilith was the whole thing. I think, you know what I mean? Lilith was... I'm more along the lines of Lilith being like, you know, Jesus was actually Lilith, that kind of thing. You know? Like, why aren't they... I mean, besides Master Cheng Hai, why don't females? Why aren't all the masters female? You think there'd be way more female masters? Yes, you got Kuan Yin, you got a couple of masters, you got a couple of female saints. But you think that what are the odds of a dudes being the enlightened ones? Oh, Buddha. It's probably like Beth. Her name was probably Bethany. You know? She probably invented acrylic nails and meditating. And the men stole it. The white men probably just steal everything. Probably stole Judaism. White men are probably thieves, kleptomaniacs. And like, God, they're not white men. White men are the energy of the self that doesn't acknowledge the other. Hence, it's got a theft energy to it. It's not trying to steal. It's just it's adopting. It's liberating. Yeah, exactly. And then in all cultures and religions. So that's what I find funny, where you got these really clever thinking, enlightened people who are still saying things like, you know, the white man, or the da-da-da lady. It's like, because it's clever thinking where they're like, listen, the Moors, da-da-da, and they da-da-da, and now they just try and hijack us. And it's like, no, you hijacked your translation of it, your relationship with yourself. That's why I say, if I go listen to a pastor talk, the second part of his speech is always a contradiction to the first part. You almost ascended, but then you came back. Just like Joe Biden. It's like, he did his thing, walked away, they asked him a question, and he came back, and then he messed up. Then he just went and said a whole bunch of ridiculous stuff. You should have stopped while you were ahead. Hectic, Crystal. Like magentas and blues and stuff, eh? Yeah, I got a small transmission of what you were envisioning now. Melly, good morning! I hope your evening is going well. Yeah, it'd be your evening now. But they're politically correct. That's interesting. I stole when I was younger, but I find that strange. Like, stealing. Like, my parents hated the idea of when I go, but it's all me. How can I steal from myself? And I've made my parents go, oh no, we've taught him too much. Now he's become dangerous. Can you steal from yourself? I don't know. If somebody stole from me, I'd forgive them. I'd be like, have it. It's yours anyway. Has me in my feelings. Oh, but like good or like a C, like up and down valley, like happy and then. Like, I wonder if empaths have days where they're more in tune. So it's just like you're going through a whole bunch of chaotic emotions because different aspects of the collective need your assistance, and you connect and then go through it with them. Creating your purpose. Thank you. It's just stealing from yourself when you do not like it. Amen. Amen, Bella. And then everyone's got a different understanding of what the self is. And now it's just about expanding that understanding. Expanding the understanding. Today, he's 23 and just an amazing young man. Wow. And doing, Crystal. He's like I just have to use energy. He's like a tuning fork. We're all like a tuning fork, but he's got a really good toning. He's got a great toning nature. Like if he's in a mall, the whole mall is slightly more sensible. It's hectic. You can imagine because he's a one of many at his level. Can you imagine what basically how the next vibration assists the vibration below it, and it's literally a 1 to 72,000. That's how many beings a switched on being can offset. In other words, put those other beings into the same enlightened state, which means you then get to practice enlightenment, which means it will come naturally to you. Awesome, DBC. I'm actually thinking of microdosing a week from now. Creative with purpose, thank you. I need a spiritual enema. Amen. You need a microdose, Melly. When you off next? We should all microdose. Yes, I have noticed the geese flying in the V formation. Wait, were you in my live the other day when I was talking about that? That's how I see myself. I'm a goose on steroids, spiritually. The whole planet's like... Each one of you should see yourself that way, as the one guiding humanity back to itself. Quack, quack, shut up. I'm in charge. Oh, do you know what's hectic, guys? 2 things are hectic. First thing, AI is translating Hitler's speeches. It's dangerous because he makes sense. I'm like, no, yeah, he does, he makes sense. Hectic, listen, hardcore in English, it's a lot less scary. And you're actually like, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. That's how everybody feels. Hey, wait a minute. Did you lie about him? Do you lie about half the planet half the time? Oh, I suppose if you do it in the now, then everything's always done because everything has always been you. So if you stop doing it, then you're not going to think everything lied. Everything was just telling you a Christmas story. In other words, an allegory of your truth. God damn it. No one to thank but me. Like right now, based on all of that insight, do you choose to focus on the half of the deception and the delusion and the times that you didn't know? And go, fuckers, nobody told me. Or do you go, wait, I forgot the other one. The point is, do you choose to, the same moment you can go, bless, good, I forgive, thank you. Or, it's the same thing. I think that's so important to know that every moment contains the same thing and you make of it. You immaculately make of it. It's such a funny sinking sand, because then if somebody else makes something negative spin of it, and then I criticize their negative spin, I'm actually criticizing my own inability to positively spin their negative spin. It's a never-ending journey where reality is going to basically it's going to become hyper critical. I don't mean in a negative critical, I mean hyper true. It's going to be truth folded into truth, folded into truth, folded into truth. And eventually all there is wall-to-wall truth. Or love. If you celebrate it. Celebrate you like I should. Chains. How does the rest of that song go? I had it in my head the other day and I couldn't remember. Take chains off my feet so I can dance. Praise you. What? My son's great-grandmother is Maria Sabina. What, Crystal? You can order, surely you can just mail. You can mail that medicine to people, can't you? I'm actually going to go find a substrate today. I've got a giant container. I want to go buy a substrate and actually order some spores and, praise you like I should. Well, how does the rest of the song go? It's, take these chains off my feet so I can dance. Something like that. It goes something like that. So I can praise you. I don't know. I'm going to listen to the song later. Well, she passed on now. Hectic. Because it's actually a technology. It is a technology. So is DMT. It's a technology. And you can literally use it to mine knowledge about the fabric of reality. I'm glad it's illegal. This whole world is the same thing. A lot of stuff is, don't eat that. Meaning I know you're going to climb the tree and eat it if I say don't eat it. Sure. What? Kundalini, do you know that person? I want to look them up now. So it's hectic. That's great. So basically you're related to greatness. Well, everybody is, but you know what I'm saying. Like, is that person like a Dennis Leary kind of thing? Is she like a pioneer in it or something? There we go. I love you, Bella. We've come a long way together through the hard times and the good. I have to celebrate you, baby. I have to praise you like I should. I love it. We should do it. We should start a family band. Who wants to start a family band? Where I'll do a song and then you guys all will duet it. As if we're a family band and everyone just gets another instrument. Got tambourines and the triangle. Okay, it's in. Let's do it. Family band. So now what you do now is we should say Adept Family Band. Give us a name and actually like Walk Off the Earth. And then whenever you want us to do a song with you, you just use that hashtag. And then on a daily basis, I'll check the hashtag to see if anyone's done anything. Praise. We can do all different songs. And you can just, I really want us to do this song. And then you can start it and then the rest of us will come and join it. Is that the entirety of the lyrics? Is that all of it? Hectic. No cheese name though. No, good name. Let's take a good name. Next thing you know, we're on Spotify. And we'll get 1/17 of the revenue. If there's 17 members in the band. And then who knows? Next thing you know, it's you're getting a trillion listens. Never heard of before. No Spotify account ever did that. And the whole world's like, yes, but when we listen to them, we feel like we're enlightened and lifted up to the heavens. It's an amazing group of people. They're talking about us. And the whole planet's like, I've never had the understanding of life and God so clearly sung to me. These are an amazing group of people. I wonder if they're the disciples. They're talking about us. It's the magic music. It's the magic music. Cosmitunics. That's it. That's the name. Write that down. I like it because I want to have a cosmic tunic. Get it? A tunic's like a robe, isn't it? I was joking, but it's cute. I like it. Because then I get to wear a cosmic tunic. Cosma? It's brilliant. AKA Family Band. Soul Family Band? Or was that corny? Yeah, it's corny, God. Nobody likes spirituality. Or spiritual family band. Van Morrison's song, When I Healed My Grief. Van Morrison. I'm trying to think about other songs of his. I actually don't even know that song. Oh wait, no, a song. Wait, I don't know. Wait, hold on. There is no song. It's just a Van Morrison song. Which one? Dancing in the Moonlight. Is that Van Morrison? Dancing in the moonlight, everybody's feeling so. Do it, Sierra. Do it. You didn't just write it for yourself. A million hearts out there that need to hear it. Please, everybody here, you are magic. If you do something, you are adding magic. I don't care how good you think you paint or bad or how good you think you sing. Do it. Put it out there. Your guy, every chanting I've done, that's the one thing all the guides are coming and saying. Just do it. Year of the Dragon. You can't go wrong. The universe, you underestimate how much you vibrate and what that does for an object. If I give this plug to one of you and you hold it and you go, okay, plug or whatever, and you give it to somebody else, that person's better off. There's atoms in here. My hand exchanged atoms with this thing. Sorry. White Widow. Last night in the bong. Very good White Widow. Hence I got extra coughs this morning. No, golden age, who cares? I like it. It's a golden age, who cares? I love it. I have to prepare the old guitar first. Brown Eyed Girl. I love that. You did it. That's so cool. Barbara. As in, Barbara is confirmed, but after the fact. I play Sing Right in Time. A brown-eyed girl. Really need to... Is it brown-eyed or brown-eyed girl? Eyed. That's different. It makes it all different. My brown-eyed girl. Huh? That's not how it goes. It is. That's how it goes. Dancing in her moonlight. Get it? Because she moons me. Because she's a brown-eyed girl. Okay, Garth, it's enough. Let's move up the chakras. Let's take the humor away from the root chakra. I like to make poo jokes. Garth, stop it. Band in top loader. Oh, that was top loader, you're right. Yep, done, uploaded. Dancing in the moon. I find your videos soon, easy to understand, relatable. Are you tagging your stuff properly, Barbara? Like if you put it onto your YouTube and stuff, and in hashtags, are you saying all the hashtags that it could possibly the word bereavement, the meaning of life, because to see it in its totality, to see life in its full loop, when a being can see that they can have acceptance, and like what are the opposites of grief? You know, what elements have to exist for grief to exist? Like a not knowing has to exist. It's hectic to lose a part of yourself just to learn that you can't. It's such a funny thing. My God, my highest nature to humans goes, you beautiful little creatures. You know, and then other part of me is other part of me is like, you fucker, you sinned a bunch of times, you created a world that's a mirror of your sin, fuck you. And at the same time, it's the other way around. It's like, no, you poor thing, you didn't know that you didn't know for lifetimes. I love you. You know, I will incarnate amongst you now so that I can help you guys realize your nature. I run the risk of getting stuck here myself, but I love you. Then I'm like, hey, idiot, you forgot to remember you're me. I'm God, I'm you, fucker, wake up. Or spend another 2,000 years suffering. All aboard the bipolar train. I suppose it's the same as wiggling a nail. That's bipolar. Like, those are the two opposite. Oh, good. Tons of hashtags. Rad. Okay, tomorrow's live, I'll give you guys all a report. I've got a whole bunch of ideas when it comes to promoting you guys, putting you on a website when it comes to the different wares, the wares that we peddle. You'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm reporting to everybody tomorrow what I'm up to. Moody ×2 when your heart has wings. Even if my knowing is wrong, I don't care. I feel better. Your knowing is never wrong. Like, you know, even if it's wrong traditionally, your knowing wanted you to go through a journey where, yes, you step over 4 wrongs, and then, oh my God, look, then suddenly it all comes together, and therefore you weren't wrong. No one here has ever been wrong. You've been true to yourself relative to the experience, and all things will work together for good. Therefore, you're always divine. You just needed to realize it. You might as well just cut the bullshit and jump to the conclusion. You know, otherwise you're going to have to go on the journey and you're still going to get there. And I've done the journey. I'm telling you now, you've never been wrong. Nobody has. Your own universal echo of itself will always lead to a fractal to the return journey to yourself, based on if it's a cosmic winter or a cosmic summer. If God breathes in, it's a cosmic winter. God breathes out on the summer. God's breathing out now. God's contemplated creation for eons, and now it wants to create. And so it landing is you coming into existence. you will now unfold. The same way, if you close your eyes like this, do you guys not see like white emanations, like pulsating? That is the way you tone creation. Katie, good morning. I'm God. It's golden age. Deal with it. Bella, please. Now, today, t-shirt. Okay, so we got cosmic thingy. Then we got the merch. Okay, so Bella, can I please make that top, and then and I'll make a note that thing goes together with you, and then we split the money in half. Teespring ideas. It's like, what happened to Steve? No, he wore his I'm God, it's a golden age t-shirt and got beaten up by a bunch of Baptists. What do you mean? They're still worshipping external God, creator gods? Oh, fuck. I'm God. A golden age, deal with it. I'm gonna go. All I do now is I go onto Google. I type in t-shirt font, popular t-shirt font, top sales 2023. Find the font, write it in there, put it on a bunch of merch, put it out there. Bob's your uncle. And the other one I want to do is I didn't choose the spiritual life. My spirit guides tricked me. Those are 2 t-shirts I want to do. You give you the money off the money. It's capitalism, Bella. Cash in hand. So you can buy friends and prestige and shit. Congress. Yeah, Congress. Support Palestine. No, it's not enough. Okay, there's some more money then. Do you mean in real life? I don't know, soon, eh? I don't know. I find it, yeah, like soon. I think like soon. Like, what's his name? Mel wants to have a spiritual thingy, and I got the venue here. As long as you guys travel to me, please. I got cats, I will miss them. But credit for the shirt is clout. Or better, I'm happy to do a thing where we go and like, we pool that money and then eventually take it somewhere, give it to something. You know? Animals, pet cat shelter. It'd be amazing, spiritual shampoo. I can see it's gonna happen. I can see your singing bowls and stuff at that venue. So look up Monkey Valley. In fact, I'll post it. I'll post it now and get everyone excited. Can you travel with the kids though, can't you? Yeah. It'd be amazing. They'd love Monkey Valley. Done, Bella, done. I'm from today. I'm on it, guys. I want a whole bunch of stuff from today. I'm gonna kick into a whole other gear now. As well, yeah. That's like hectic. Shampoo, like listen, literally. I'm gonna say this moment, okay? So when it happens, there's gonna be a moment where you're standing at a certain position relative to your stuff, and I'm standing in a certain place. I'm gonna look to you and I'm gonna go this moment, and then I'm referencing now. Now, I already know a moment that we actually have, and to the point where I can even tell you right now what you would be wearing that day. And I'm just looking at this moment, and you're gonna go cool. And we're probably just gonna laugh. Yeah, there you go. There's your lolling. Everything is everything, and I love this life. That's also, I still think that's a classic t-shirt. Everything is everything. I'm down. Dude, this is going to be so awesome. And then, do you guys you all running your own schedules, hey? None of you have, like, bosses. Like, if this was going to happen in, say, 3 months, you guys would be like, oh, cool, got the date, got the week, got the 10 days that it's happening for, or whatever, the 7 days, or whatever. We should do 10 days. Because I will get a lineup for each day. Like, I literally... And then, like, Soul Shampoo, your thing, your whole accommodate... If you're going to be one of the 10 speakers, performers, then I'll make sure that like your accommodation is subsidized and paid for, that kind of stuff, you know. Because I'm going to get Campton to come down. Campton is, yeah, you think I can speak? This guy's on it. It's going to be so nice. I'm so looking forward to setting up the itinerary. Right, now we're going down, because literally that venue, it's like a 2-minute walk and you walk onto the beach from the same giant like chalet place. I'll show you, I'll put it all on the Facebook group. And then you guys can check it out. And then if you guys can end up staying in Cape Town, because it is cost-wise. It's the 5th cheapest place in the world to live. If you've got an online business of any kind, you know. And maybe then, you know, you spend 3 months here, and you go back, and who knows what ends up happening. Okay, you're free to make your own schedule. Brilliant. Then it's on. Brilliant. Then it's done. Then we can do this. I'll pay for everyone. That's how we all feel, Sierra. We're all going to do that. We're like a big family that's all gone and said, listen, whoever wins that lotto, basically then everyone's going to sort each other out. And the intent, the group of us all intending it, we're all going to do it at the same time. It's going to be a thing of, no, I'm paying. You rock up at the event on the day one and you're like, listen, here's $100,000. Don't let anybody give you money. I rocked up a week early, you know, to pay the managers. Listen, when the people arrive, you don't let them pay. It's going to turn into that. We're going to be those people. And then remember that later on, our dad's resort in Belize, we must go there. We could just tour. Like there could be a body of us, of like 17, 8, whoever the group is that really wants to travel, and we take this thing on, and then we the talker performers, and we do our healing thing. We go all over the place if you want to travel. Passport. So yeah, I think everyone should get that going. Get your passports. Well, I'll say in the Facebook group, show you the venue, say when I would think it's a good time to do it. Passport. Yeah. We all do. I think we all do. Really, Bella? Well, then it's happening. It's happening, guys. It's done. It's in motion now. Because, you know, even if only 10 people come down, that's enough to make it happen. And I'm telling you, we'll get way more than that. Because I'll advertise here as well. Actual locals will pull up into the venue. So now what we do is we're going to have a good 3 to 4 months before it happens. Guys, I'm telling you now, make a goal. You say, listen, this is my budget, how much money I want for the whole experience. Make the money out of your spiritual stuff in the meantime. Like spiritual shampoo, you could literally sit down first thing every morning and play for 5 minutes. And then when you finish, just make it up. Play your thing for 5 minutes. When you're done spiritual, you just call it a name. That's called sunsets in the morning. What? I said sunsets in the morning. It's called sunsets in the morning. Okay, don't have to shout. And then you do another one the next day. And when you what's your favorite number? 13? You put that on a Spotify playlist, and it's your official album. And then you do a photo shoot of yourself as a belly dancer. Garth just wants to see Shampoo dressed as a belly dancer. Shut up, spirit. I don't. This is business advice. Belly dancer. Okay. and then you just do it, put it out there. And Bella, you will get Spotify listens, and it will spend money and pay for your trip. Basically. My wife and I would go, dude, Kundalini. It's done. I'm so excited. Literally, within a matter of no time, we're going to all be standing in each other's actual presence. And everyone's going to be like, oh, God. Oh. I'm like, okay, I'll step back. I know I vibrate really high. It's like free drugs. It is actually, funny enough. Don't know. Although I wouldn't know. I don't ever participate in, you know. It's so cool to know that there are more of us. That's what I found so nice with the Russell Brand information. That we don't no longer say they don't want us to know. We outnumber they so hectically it's not even funny. Which means it shouldn't be it shouldn't be a fight anymore. It should be a gentle awakening. If 3 quarters have to awaken 1 quarter, it's like, just chill. It's okay. In fact, we could say nothing We could take like a 10-day silent, and then the other quarter are still going to wake up in our presence. The presence of God is on the planet, basically. Shut up. Because I think it was some part of my spirit's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, shut that up, Lord, it's so stupid. Like, God's like, I'm serious, God, I have nothing to do with you. I have forsaken you. God, man, don't forsaken me. It's a bit of an exaggeration. Not as close as we were before I journeyed into matter, but I can't get over how excited I am. I actually can't. I can't actually. This is actually more exciting than this whole thing that took place, where all the gifts and getting booked for readings, to actually get to meet you guys in real life. I'm actually so excited. Can you imagine that? I can't even imagine the level of vibration and the cross-pollinating and cross-blessing that'll happen in actual space, where we get to spend time, and it's like, get to sit and eat dinner. You know, we've got time, like 10 days where you go, cool, it's 6 o'clock, we've got lunch, and then we all go, you know that thing when you go to like an event, and then it's like, oh, 2 o'clock, we've got singing bowls on the beach at 2, that kind of thing. You know, it's like, oh, lunch at the thing, I'm going to go quickly have a shower and a nap, and then I'll see you there. So then we all get to the eating thing, and it's going to be like going on camp, you know. So everybody do that. So once we get our date, and you set goals, you go, listen, this is what I'm going to do. And then also as an individual, I'm going to really work on my own, you know, bring my best self there. It's exciting. Oh, Bella. And now I'm like, I'm nervous. No, I'm not really, but I am, but not really. What do you mean? What do you mean you are, but you're not? I am. But it's silly. It's like that kind of thing. It's like, I am, but it's silly. Fuser, I love your energy. I made a video today through all my video skills. Haha. I hate it, Karen. I do that, my thumb decides it's bored, and it goes like this. I'm like, I'm not bored. It's like, oh, I am. You're not in charge of my TikTok. Yes, I am. Scroll back down. No. Oh, you better scroll back down. Rule of thumb, never argue with your thumb. Power. It is going to be a powwow. Ooh, day 4, we're doing edibles, kind of thing. The place is wonderful. It's got like full on, like, you know. I'll show you. I'll send pictures and stuff. And the restaurant's like an award-winning restaurant. And you guys are going to be like, what? How much did this cost? I'm like, that. I can't even, it's going to be such a cheap holiday. That's what I'm saying, guys. We figure out what the budget is, figure out how much you need for the transport, everything, and you make the money, and I want you guys going home with change. Because if I can get enough people to book in who buy tickets, then you guys can potentially have I want you guys to go home with change. You must get paid to do this. Sleep well, Bella. Thank you so much for that last coral and all the gifts. Ghost feasts. What's a round dance? What's a round dance? A longhouse ceremony. I don't know what that is. What's a longhouse ceremony? See, that's what's so cool. Like, I don't know what a longhouse ceremony is. It'd be so cool if you could, like, you know, and then, you know, you talk on what a longhouse ceremony is, and then we have a longhouse ceremony. I love that. And just if you're interested, not that it's important, but 420 is technically legal here. So you're like, it's a whole private space, you're an adult. That kind of attitude. You know, and like it should be. Well, I'm an adult and it's a plant. There's lots of drums. To be out ceremony. And there was drummers too. It's all about trances, getting into a rhythm, basically. A drumming circle. That we can do. The venue has drums, funny enough. The venues that's one of the like, they've got like 3 venues where there's stages. I used to do stand up comedy there, but they've got like, the place has bought a whole bunch of drums because hippies are always hanging out there. And then we can do a thing, guys. One of the days we do a road trip, not a road trip, a outing. In fact, we should do outings from there. No, we must. On 3 of the days, we must do outings. Like, we must do Table Mountain. We must do World of Birds. And then maybe even do Robben Island. Like, a third of this whole experience, guys, you must check Cape Town out. You know what I mean? Monkey Valley, Lacey. Monkey Valley. Cape Town, Monkey Valley. 3 to 4 months from now. Our Facebook group, I'll post information about it there today. Cape Town, Monkey Valley, yes. You're gonna love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. DBC me as well. Because then what we can all do, if people are like, I want to go, but I haven't got the money, go, what do you do? And then all of us go, what do you do? What do you do? What's your interest? What are your passion? And then everyone can assist. In other words, they listen, do that, get that there, market that there, get these 3 t-shirts on that thing, put it there, we'll help you push your numbers, that kind of thing. My grandparents are residential school children. So what is that? Is that a Canadian thing, Karen? My grandparents are residential school children survivors. Karen, talk? What's a residential school? Like residential evil? Resident evil? No, God. Residential school and residential evil are not the same thing. Oh. Yeah, what is that? Is it a Canadian? Oh, hectic. So like the Canadian thing where those kids were all like just, what happened with that story though? Like why? Okay, first of all, so native kids natives were taken from their parents to be indoctrinated. They refused to be indoctrinated and the teachers killed them. Is that what happened? It's like, yeah, Spirit's like, that's what happened. I'm not laughing, sorry. But Spirit was like, yes, Garth. You don't think in the form of incorrect. Basically, when I guess, it's like a dipstick test. If I go, what happened? Did this happen for this? Oh yeah. I go to the Akashic Records and actually read what happened. Shit. That was I don't want to know that. Ah, my heart. I got a wave now. The teachers then were directly connected to, yes, I guess evil. There is actually an evil. I don't know there was. Yeah, but it's not evil. It's just a group of beings who know they're suppressing others. That's evil, right? Yeah, it's a game. Because it's God. It's like, it's going to play itself out. They're not going to actually suppress indefinitely. Therefore, they're not a threat forever. Therefore, let's get over it. That kind of thing. But it's evil. There's evil. There's people who actually do evil, now that I'm tapping into that. And they paid for it and they want to do it. So it keeps people like us in a state of chaos and confusion. In other words, those who want to treat everything as self. There's those who are breaking that rule. We believe in the law of one. They believe the law of one is actually a control system. And they break the law of one on purpose. In other words, they abuse the self on purpose. They consider it an equal and opposite philosophy. Okay, so evil is real, I guess. I laugh because it can't touch me. As in, I can smell it miles away. I know what it's up to. It's boring. It needs my attention. If I don't give it, it doesn't work. Soft. It's pathetic, actually. So if it is an opposite philosophy, then at least I have someone to joust with. You know, I can practice jousting with myself. That's how pathetic they are in relation. Their sequencing is your sequencing. The evil sequencing is your good sequencing back to front. And they don't get that. Oh, they do. They're like, yes, we do. Well, then you don't lead the dance. They know. They said we know. Shame. Imagine how hard it is to let go of evil when you think you're right. Well, then you are right. Well, you were right until God rocked up and flipped all the frickin' variables. Oh shit. The evil people gave up and actually asked for help. The evil beings were like, we in a nightmare, please God help us. So the actual evil guys actually asked for it, they gave up. Not gave up, no, they gave up. They gave up being evil because they realized it was a never-ending nightmare journey to abuse the law of one. This is all now. I didn't know this stuff. Now I'm hearing this. You guys are bringing like driftwood to my beach, and then I'm like, this driftwood belonged to a ship. No ways. The ship had 5 sailors, and the one sailor had scurvy. Interesting piece of driftwood. And the next person says something like, this comes from the universal consciousness level 13. It's made out of a very rare teak. I'm like that. I'm like picking pieces of shit off the spiritual pieces of shit off the ground and going, this was an adept came past this way, followed by 2 demons. I love that. That's so fun. I'm laughing. The part that's giving me happiness, I'm making this stuff up here, but then it still actually is true. Demons followed adepts around, and I am vibrating. On a vibration level, I'm tasting vibration and then tracking it back to its source. I'm going, ooh, like this atom has been, or this vibration has been through this many journeys over the last. Buddha was like that. He could pick up a grain of sand and tell you where that thing had been. Its entire journey for millions of years. If you know the self, I suppose all else is known. Because there's a simple equation that folds reality. So you don't have to know everything, you just have to know a few things. And they are technically everything. The Cree Nation. No ways, Karen. Do you have that going? Oh my God, I'm sorry. Now I'm really getting overwhelmed now. You know what an honor it will be to have anybody connected to any Native American, anything, step onto African soil. Like, it is a thing. It's not a nothing. You guys communed with spirit. Who? Native Americans. They were one with spirit, and where the sky meet the earth, they knew. They were what it was. I'm tired. I'm going to go lean against a tree. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Because on a soul contract level, it's hectic. They agreed. The collective soul of Native America, if you know what I'm saying, they would have agreed for the karmic journey, for America to be founded there, for all the conflict and all the suffering. It's all part of a journey. Meaning they've got their own karma, they've got their own internal conflict that creates, just like humans, if we don't get along, other aliens rock up to mess with us, to mirror our own inner conflict. So because the Native Americans were doing their thing, fighting each other and another thing rocks up. It's like the movie Apocalypto. And now, is it still a lot of suffering? And you can figure out how to help. All suffering stems from the not knowing of the self, the true self. And to me, the entire Native American culture is about communing with spirit. But then again, how many Native Americans are continuing with tradition and how many are like playing Xbox all day? I can imagine, hey Boozer, Native American and Mason, hide in my house because it's too much. Hectic. And it's also relative to your sensitivity and the potential. Meaning their suffering seems more hectic than it is. Because while one's suffering, one is actually burning through karma. It's the same as the pressure on coal, basically. Suffering is pressure. And diamonds emerge eventually. It's a hard thing to say, because you're like, okay, that doesn't make it better. I can tell, I know that. I tapped into your version of how you perceive it and how I would perceive it. And your version is more sharp. Meaning it's more intense. But that's because your healing potential is more intense. Yes. Yeah, but that's you absorbing and processing. Because if you had to get angry or upset, that would be you projecting. Crying is you internalizing it. When I enter the space of other kind of energy, it's like, yeah, I know what you're saying, Boozer. Do the thing where every single person that you consider suffering, try and think of them all at the same time and smile because you're blessing them. Hold for a split second that you are the absolute God, and if you want, you can bless them. You can go, listen, stuff's going to happen to them that's going to completely lift them out of their depression and suffering. You've got that magic. Or you could go, no, they're suffering, and reinforce it. Smile to yourself like you're the absolute creator, and your intent is the creation follows your intent. Know that they are being blessed. Smile like you already know. Smile like you would smile if you were there to watch each of the blessings. That's how confident you are, knowing that you know that you can bless them. And then expect to see evidence of it. Yeah, face it. Yeah, my cheeks are sore. You're limitless. You're God. You can literally go, there's an aspect of myself. I don't suffer. All they need is clarity. Everybody's relationship with spirit is your story. But you get to remove the spirit and you're not the story. Do it. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do a meditation today where I send all my energy at you, whatever your intent is for your meditation, your smiling thing. However you choose to bless them. In fact, we should all set the intent right now. If a human or a sentient being is suffering on earth, it's my intent to project my clarity at them. All sentient beings are now going to have a moment of clarity where they're going to realize it's all self and that they can have anything they want to give. You want to give kind words, you're going to get kind words. You want to give a good sentiment, you're going to get a good sentiment. Your happiness and your sadness lies in your own hands. That suffering is the not knowing of that, and then the systematic good and badding of others. So they end up in a holding pattern of suffering. In fact, what I just said to you, I should have said to myself. I'm going to create 3 days of clarity for those who don't. Anyone who considers themselves to be a victim or a sufferer, I'm going to give them clarity of self-perception for the next 3 days. And then you're going to see people popping off. In other words, those who would suffer, those who were human, suddenly going, oh my God, I'm actually God. I'm God floating on the surface of the water. I'm you, I'm divine, you're me. And then they're just going to... So if you guys want to set the same intent, it'd be nice. Because you're all way more potent than I am. Why? Because I said so. And so in other words, if I were, no, you guys are. In other words, if I was, I'd have the potency to make you guys all more potent than me, right? Or is it Garth? And then we all start doing that and everyone builds everyone up. And the whole planet building itself up instead of criticizing itself. Every other sentiment is a criticism because stuff ebbs and flows. It's natural. Starlight! I love you. Hello. Sorry, I'm only saying hi now. Amen. Amen, Boozer. That is what it is. Clarity, clarity, clarity. Trees for the woods. Alright. Thank you too. As in, because you brought the thing to it. You know what I'm trying to say? Thank you is such a funny thing now. Like, we need new language to just show admiration, basically. I don't know what to say, you know? Because the person who's thanking you has facilitated your whatever they're thanking you for. We're nothing without each other, basically. I know, and then with that said, none of us exist. But we're still nothing without each other. I think the dichotomy of existence is something that should really be loved. I think because a lot of times your left brain's trying to reconcile it, the dichotomy. It's like, nope, that crease will always be there. Nope, we can iron it out. No, you can't iron it out. It's not supposed to be there. It's a fake reality. It's not supposed to be reconcilable. Ekosani. What is that? Ekosani, is that the word? What does that mean? It's gotten to the point where I don't want to try anymore because it's exhausting. Yeah, new language of drawing gratefulness, but like a singularity language where we can. I suppose English probably is that once we're in alignment. In other words, you're saying what's being said simultaneously. Like communication's actually happening in multiple directions. Does it mean thank you in Cree? No ways. Ekosani. Love it. Jess Rose. Good morning. It's 8:41 here. We are 1 hour and 57 minutes into the live. Do you know where the waffles go? They're going on to take your money. Because a teaspoon, definitely. And then the family band. Love that. I'm going to do my readings after this live, and then obviously highlights from the gifts from this live, and then I'm going to go see who's tagged me and things, and do a whole bunch of duets. Tansy is hello. Brieselbrock's a good song, eh? I saw a guy do on TikTok, played with their bass guitar. Bong, bong. He actually played it like so well and sang it so nicely. He just had a really good, it was like, please don't go, I love you. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, 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 wow. Do you know? Really good. I wish I knew more of my language. The hug was all the reward needed. Is there like a sustaining, basically the Native Americans, like, is there like a museum or where they're actually preserved, the cultures are preserved, Because as the community goes on, all those communities will get watered down over time. Well, they're not really. How many of the languages aren't being spoken anymore? Like, which one of them doesn't have representation? Like, how many were there originally? Is there a number? Or is it kind of like, the Sioux aren't really the Sioux, they're kind of a combination of these guys. The guys that sat on this side of the mountain kind of didn't call themselves. And it's like, no, none of those words you used to describe them were their names. They didn't have names for themselves. That was the Westerners doing that, based on habits and movement patterns. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't actually know when it's the culture telling you about themselves or another culture telling you about the culture. Like Hindu Hindus don't consider themselves to be called Hindus, I think. No, and they're seekers. It's not a religion. Like if they had to express themselves to you, it'd be different to the way Hinduism arrives at you when you read about it and learn about it. So it has like the Western spin. And then you wonder what the parallel between looking at reality from the Western energy or from an Eastern energy, and what the parallel between looking at life from your right brain and your left brain. Is there a parallel? Is the East more right-brained? Did culture spread as sunlight spread? Is there a cosmic day that is all the days that the planet's experienced? Guys, I talk like this, but it's usually my guides going, God, there's a new concept we want you to grasp. Here, wonder about this, and then I wonder about it, but it's actually just the concept being unfolded. There we go. We thought we were crow forever, and now we found out, do you see? And you don't know how you were lied to by your handlers. In other words, as the place was getting colonized, they would say, oh, these guys are those guys, and they're violent. And it's just them lying to the marshals, so the marshals would go there. Humans are snakes, not always in a bad way, but they're such self-agenda manipulators. Like, you can't go, oh, they lied. It's not that simple. Like, there were 50,000 characters involved, and 4 characters were the ones extorting the others, and that was covered up by history. And then these people were murdered and hidden, and no one knows. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, broken telephone. Now your broken telephone with not just a sentence, but entire days and months and years of happenings in a village or in a scenario or in a Congress. My fairy doesn't pass things down, so until you remember you're dormant. That's hilarious, Boozer. As in spiritually, my family's like that. They don't tell you stuff. They're like me. I'm hectic. I'm like, I'll tell you because they didn't tell me. But they're very much like you. No one tells you. You figure it out for yourself. They're like very much. No one's getting cut out of anyone's cocoon. You break out of your cocoon, otherwise you'll be weak. And half my attitude is that, is to people like, who am I to help you? You're God. So what if you're like lost in your karma and you don't know? How arrogant would it be for me to assist you? In other words, suffer, which is a legit philosophy. It's like, what? The boy's 7 and he can't swim? Throw the kid in the pool. The boy's going to learn to swim. He's going to drown. No, he won't. Okay, he might be drowning. I'm going to quickly help him. You watch old movies. They were proud. They were proud to tell you what they believed because they put it in the movie. And then that'd be like bigotry and bias and racism, and girls were children basically in the movies in the 40s and the 50s. The girls were children. They weren't actual adult people. And you think about it, if the divine feminine is treated that way, it means that the true spiritualism is actually considered a toy, not a legitimate thing. Yeah, treating collective females back in the day as kids is the same as treating all spiritualism as a little childish notion on the side, because the feminine actually represented our spiritual nature more. Still does. Chippewa. We are Ojibwe or Chippewa. I love that. And then some would have had totem poles and some actually didn't. And it's like, actually no one had what? No one had totem poles. I don't know that. I don't know. You can spend your life just learning, go catalog as much information as you can, and books on the topic. I had a reading before my deity said, "What a red bloodline." In my head, I'm going, what did they mean? Like asking my guys to ask them, what do they mean by it, so that I can give you the answer, so that I can be clever and come across as clever. It's in my mind. I'm like, what do they mean by it? Quickly, tell me, so I can be clever and smart, and then they can, my subscribers will look up to me. I love to I think it's more fun to verbalize it and laugh. It's the same theme. It's the same theme, Sandra, yeah? You see, we're all the same spirit. Earlier on I was saying how everything is red. Meaning the color red is a certain length of spectrum. It's 1.618, the Fibonacci sequence, bigger than orange, bigger than yellow. The orange is bigger than the yellow by 1.618, which means everything is inside the red. It's been a theme. Like, I got a cat named Red, and I keep calling her Red Lynx, because everything connects to everything else. Everything emanates from within everything else. Everything is dreaming everything else. That is what they meant. That is what your deity meant by red bloodline. Right now you can. So you can, by honoring them, by basically saying, closing your eyes and saying, I would like my ancestors to form a circle around my 5 guides. Just by doing that, they've all assembled. And then you can go, what is this? And then you answer yourself. Your right side will answer. That's where they're channeled from. And it'll contain such eloquence and cleverness and intelligence and a focus point that your personality wouldn't have brought forth. And you then know it's that. And your ancestors, for some reason there's 32, would make a natural circle of 32 ancestors around you. Your guides, 5. Energetically, it's the equivalent to eternity. Your guides and your ancestors, that communication translation is the same as you talking to eternity, or eternity talking to itself. It's one and the same. That's actually technically the Galactic Council. It's the same pattern as the Galactic Council. The aspects of the Galactic Council are genetic aspects of your own nature. You are the Godhead. And that's true for every sentient being. And the dimensional cascading is how it all oscillates and connects to itself without getting in its own way. We don't ride on horses, we live in mud huts. And why they like to... They wonder why there's generations. Exactly. What does seeing flashes or red? That's downloads. Seeing flashes. It's downloads. You get downloads and your third eye's opening. It's both. Funny enough. Though the downloads are the information that will hold the resonance pattern that allows the third eye to stay open and perceive itself. In other words, process higher vibration into a cognitive something. That was yesterday, Boozy. Yesterday I was saying that. My brain was like, the whole thing of, if you hold the universe up to your ear, you can hear it screaming, I fucking hate you. Weird. Well, I did nothing wrong. Garth was talking about Odin and Garfield earlier. Karen, do you see? Campton, we're just talking about you. Campton, you're officially invited to Cape Town. Camp Town, Campton. To rename it Campton Town. What is that up there? Oh, it's Campton's Rose Streak. Campton, you're invited, bro. You're a guest speaker. So Campton, you're going to find out. So it's 3 to 4 months from now. Monkey Valley. Adepts Anonymous on the group on Facebook. I'll tag you in it. Campton, everybody follow Campton, please. He's eloquent. He's eloquent. It's like, what's Campton doing? I don't know, he's probably licking the Barney stone again. The Barley stone. The Barney stone? The Barney stone. Campton's like, I stole it. The real one is fake. Just like Stonehenge. You know the Barley stone? It's an Irish thing. You get the gift of the gab. You can communicate if you've licked it or kissed it. God, stop licking the stone. Oh, sorry. You're supposed to kiss it, not lick it. Oh, sorry. absolute pleasure, Sandra here. So Campton, you there, bro? Spiritual Shampoo, have you ever listened to Campton talk? Has anybody here listened to Campton? Have you ever actually listened to the guy talk? If God was to go, listen, here is the neural network chemical connection between your spiritual nature and the ascending kind, and he'll literally just break it all down for you, and you'll be like, what? When I listened to him, I was like, the universe is cloning me. It was a very obvious nod from the universe when I first saw Campton. The universe was like, the universe is literally, like, it had taken on so much of my own programming, and then it was acting it out at me. I was like, is this how I come across to other people? And the universe was like, yeah, pretty much. I'm like, wow, he's amazing. Often happens where I'll see something amazing. I'm like, hey, that's my own energy playing itself back at me. Wow. It's almost divine. Together at 4. Listen to Campton who? Campton, he was here right now gifting me. Corin, you're going to love him. And the fact that you guys all work for yourselves means you can just turn into an elongated holiday. I want to find out who my, like as in Spiritual Shampoo, as in if you're going to be one of the guest people I count on, I want to actually do a full-on profile build-up of each of you. And actually, so that it can be here, I can market it properly. Each one of you is literally like having a Kevin Hart or some other celebrity come here. The way I will describe you is the same. The way I see you is how I'll describe you. Never mind, I find someone like you too. I wasn't calling you out, no. And then are your kids at school? Spiritual Shampoo? Right back at you. Your kids at school. Are you gonna bring them with, right? On an adventure to Cape Town. Indiana is flat. Unfortunately, we're homeschooled. That's great. Sorry about the divorce, but the homeschool is great. Why don't you just carry on homeschooling them? Why don't you just go on a planetary adventure with them and just, become a famous sound bath person? Won't he? Won't he? Oh, is he forcing probably? Oh, I got you saying. Lacey, that's rad. I'm very curious to see who's going to pull through and actually, if they got kids, you guys are going to bring them with. Be fascinating. Because that's God. Your kids are still God. They pull in, come with you guys, and it is what it is. Vibration, whatever's meant to happen your kids are meant to stay there, then they will. This is all in the higher intelligence. This is all pre-organized. This is just the dream part of the experience. The part where it's all coordinated is pretty much in our dream time. You try to get full custody, hectic. And you should anyway, you'd be like, listen, I'm going to Cape Town on this thing. Taking the kids, is that cool? Say it like he's going to be, and then expect him to go, yeah. You're projecting him anyway, he doesn't exist. You're projecting him. So you just go, he's going to say yes. Kids are going to Cape Town. He's like, the kids are going to Cape Town. He's like, try it, seriously. But do it like you actually believe it's going to happen. I know. Shame. Your story with him is that when he was with you, then the piece of him that he couldn't find, Sorry, it's not funny. It is funny. Because it made me think of the Lady Gaga song. You saw a piece of him that he could not find. Say na 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 na. Na 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 na. So in other words, it feels like you switch him on and off. Bitch. Sorry. It's like, you bitch. If it wasn't for you, I'd be happy. In other words, if you were around me, and I'd be happy, basically. And when you're not, and even when you're around him and he's not treating himself the way he should, then you switch off, then he switches off even more. And it's your fault. Why? Because you're the only difference. You're the only thing that makes it all different. You do control his happiness, but it's a vibration thing. No, you control your own happiness, and in his presence he can resonate that it's possible to be happy. Well, because what? In your presence he has more self-acceptance. I'm going to get pissed off now. Fuck him. And I'm getting irritated with his nature, because the truth is that, what I just said. Your actual alignment is greater, so in your presence he vibrates in alignment, hence he's happy. It's nothing to do with the details of what you say back and forth at each other. It's purely your state. Your state is more self-accepting than his. So when he's with you, he's more self-accepting. When you're not there, you put it off. Why do you switch him off? In other words, you switch him on vibrationally and he's blaming you for not leaving him switched on. He's asked about facing the situation. Sorry. I got a little upset there. Because otherwise in another scenario, in a parallel, you're like, yes, but he loves me, where you haven't divorced him, and you're like, he's right though, I can do better. I'm the reason he's not happy. If I just did the dishes quicker, or it fucking got nothing to do with this place. It's his relationship with himself that's the issue. And you'd be there like another girl going, if only I was enough. Maybe I should, it's my fault. Maybe if the kids got better marks, maybe. Meantime, the dude's eternal journey isn't good enough. And it just takes him, he could be here listening to this and go, fuck, the guy's right. And then suddenly he's aligned and he's fine. And now he's like, listen, if you want to take the kids overseas, you can do that. I'm sorry how I used to be. I realize now that I wouldn't have found myself if it wasn't for knowing you. And so I'm really sorry. I just want to thank you for bringing me here. Expect that shit from him. I promise you, that's what the Course in Miracles is about. There is no him. It's all you. Anyway, so it's really your belief about your relationship with the collective masculine, which is true. That is where the collective masculine could be. It's up to you. You can jump to a reality where the collective masculine suddenly aligns, and then it realizes that it's everything in its journey it needs to be grateful to. It's already happening. His higher self is listening. His higher self and his spirit guides it. Paul. That's why I said, if he was listening, he would agree. And they do agree. And he's had a glimpse. He's had 2 glimpses of that awareness in the last 4 days by himself. Now you're winning. If you're grateful for him, because remember, he gave you the test that made you transcend yourself and divorce and now honor the self and go on your journey. I'm not joking. And it's funny enough, you saying you're grateful for him makes him grateful for himself, which gives him a moment of clarity, and now he's grateful for you. Now watch, I'm gonna prophesize now. It's in the next 2 days. Watch a 180 attitude shift in him. Because he literally helped you on your journey to transcend yourself. That's exactly the sentiment he'll have towards you. Your sentiment towards him is his sentiment towards you, because he is you. And the actual topography of the story is irrelevant. Okay, so I'm prophesying now. So please, in the next 2 days, only if you actually see a 180. If you don't see much of a change, say, no, I don't see the change. Because I believe it'll be that different. I'm feeling that as well, DVC, like lots. Because remember, we're not talking to Shampoo about her ex. We're talking to the human condition about its relationship with itself. As soon as it can meet itself in the middle, even if it was to blame, it'll allow the other part to allow itself, not to blame itself. And who wants to be blamed? We want space so we can accept ourselves. Expectations. Expectations like chores. Yeah, don't expect me to clean my house. So much love in here right now. Yeah. And the sentimental sappy kind of shit love, and then also all the psychological connection, where it's all one being, that love. It does heal me that there are no others. That if you go and spend 10 minutes gently breathing, that's nurturing your being. Gently breathing, you're literally nurturing the collective. If you eat a food and you love the taste and you have a moment of bliss, enjoy it like you're enjoying it for the collective. I know this is gonna, I can be very ridiculed for saying this shit, I know, but it's true. You can get, every time you eat a meal, it's like, yes, every time you eat a meal, you collect, the collective is consuming and having its suffering depleted. Shampoo, I feel that, eh? It's blinking on and off, his self-acceptance. He's looking to you, the narrative of you're the reason why he can't be happy, and then going, hey, wait, I'm the reason why I can't be happy. I'm happy. Wait, she's it. I'm not. He's doing it. He's bouncing back and forth now. He's realizing he can't carry the one. It doesn't make sense to him. He's not stupid. He's not an idiot. You liked him for a reason. He's not an idiot. He can't carry the one if it's your fault anymore. He's like, this bag feels stupid. I could just choose to be happy. I was lucky to know her. It's that kind of shit he's having. Like how can I make the most of this psychologically? And he'll attempt, and eventually he'll build and build until eventually he's like, you know what? I am because of everybody, and I am, and I choose that whole thing. And because he has understanding of how he came about, how his nature came about, that brings a person joy. It's an addictive knowledge to know how you self-create. Yes. Lacey, who's he? He's as stronger than the people around us. That's fine. Yes, Lacey. It's exactly. The whole thing of how great it'll be when there's more balance. Exactly. But that's the thing, Sierra. I still say that's the beauty of the 3D, 60, 90. That you can look through one thing and you're looking through all three at the same time. Or at all three at the same time. Probably through all three at the same time. That's what he just told himself. Oh my God. He just told himself that, Spirit. Spirit, Shampoo. He just told himself that. That's exactly what all of creation is doing for him right now. Your kids' higher selves just thanked me. But not because I did anything, but because they love their dad. Purely that's why they thanked me. That for him to be more harmonious with himself, therefore be a happier person. That's all anything wants. That's all they want. What, Sierra? That's crazy. That's crazy. So he went from basically taking responsibility to blaming. Sadness and crying is taking responsibility, internalizing the not understanding. Externalizing the not understanding is anger. Yeah, that conflict. He's got less conflict now. So they're just thanking me for that. You're going to notice a different light around him. And this is happening in real time right now. I don't know what he's doing. But that thing of, I'm enough, self-acceptance. Just, he's basically got, from his point of view, it'll sound like, stop defining yourself based on the back and forth. Stop defining yourself based on stories. At the end of the day, we're all people. Like, the things that you've got in common that makes, like by yourself, without anybody else involved in your story, is more than the other stuff. So the other stuff isn't actually worth defining from, basically. The back and forth where you tell others that they define you isn't a thing anymore in your psyche. Watch, it's done, it's done. So next 2 days you'll actually get a verbalization from it, or you'll notice the difference. And right now he's had that thing. That's hectic, Sandra. And when you tell someone clearly, and because they don't actually understand, meaning when you say stop internalizing and projecting his anger onto you, he won't understand the mechanics of that. So it'll sound like you're saying his feelings aren't valid. That's what he's registering. My feelings aren't valid. As opposed to you're generating your own feelings. And those feelings you could generate different feelings if you had greater understanding. But the feelings are getting in the way of you understanding. Hence a karmic knot. And who are you talking about? Is this like your current partner or a past partner? I missed the sentences earlier on where you said. Shampoo, yeah, I hear you. His emotional knot. Your current partner. So now Alexander, this is a current theme. Alexander the Great, he got given a knot, and he was like, they're like, impossible knot, you can't uncut it. And he cut it. Oh, you can't untie it, and he just cut it. You know what the point of the story is. Spirit wanted me to say that. It was connected to the knot. To be or not to be, I'm tied up in my karma. But remember, it's still a cross-section. He's still a cross-section of the collective. And every single being, no matter how karmically knotted they are, stands in the exact same position of potential enlightenment. A person who's 50 degrees of knot, the contrast in alignment will be so great that a person who's in 10 knots, even though they've got a smaller journey, the difference doesn't create this, it creates a lesser impact even though it's all proportional. Every being, no matter where they appear, it has the equal potential to insta-enlighten. Because then what happens is that individual knows that its journey is the collective and it uses its journey to identify with the others. I get that in my channelings. My memories will get used to illustrate what someone else's thing is. Like my mom, one of my guides will show me roller skates. My roller skates, or my sister's roller skates anyway. And then a certain time that has a story attached to it. And then I'll know that theme is what that other person's dealing with. That's genius. Starlight, I was at, you guys, all 1 degree. Starlight, this whole time, I was thinking of telling people about that concept. Where you just talk straight to the higher self. This is what we'll be doing now with Shampoo. Thinking her husband's higher self was listening. And guides and stuff. So we're technically just higher self to higher self. If they had the attitude of being built to untangle the number of knots doesn't matter. It's the joy of unknotting, not the achievement of unknot. Espacito. It's Despacito. Despacito. Dun, 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 dun. Despacito. DVC, thank you for the likes. No habla. What does no habla mean? Does that mean no speaky? No habla español. Is that right? Did I say it right? No, you don't know. I don't know. No habla española. God, tell them to bring me my money. It's on its way. It is. It's an uncle. No, it's not. It's on a masculine side of your equation. I'm not sure what that even means. It's on your masculine side. The money that comes to you, it's your masculine side. So I'm not sure if it's an uncle or dad or whatever, or if it's you going, hey, and then you suddenly figure something out. And your masculine side does a service that suddenly it's lucrative for some reason. So I was like, Spirit's like, nope. I'm like, what? Give me more. I'm like, nope. It's like, nope. Because sometimes the more doesn't give you, like, if you're missing things, then the journey will go a certain way. If things are put in place, then that journey may not go that way. It's basically, spirit is quantum. It's quantum, it's AI, I say AI because AI is the only thing that's that quick and intelligent. But spirit is basically just quantum. Instant quantum equation. It's quiet out now, except for the coyotes. The coyotes. We were spelling it, eh? Coyotes. Koi. Are they shy animals? Does the word koi come from coyotes? She is so coy. I love it. She is so coyote. I love it. She's got rabies, dude. I love it. They're howling. That's so cool. Thank you so very much for the Rosa. No, that's a Rosa. That's a Rosa. No, Rosa. Thank you so much. Wait, what was I reading? I was hoping you'd read it in the read what? Alright. She is so coy. I love it. From Mask. She is so coy. I love it. Naked Garden Dancer. That's such a classic name. What do you do for a living? Why? Wait for the full moon. And then? I go into the garden. And then? I put on some ancient Egyptian death metal. And then? I unrobe. And then? I dance like no one's watching. It's like, no one's watching. My wife had that like a few months ago. She's like, I have to dance naked in a forest in the moonlight. I'm like, I know, it's weird, eh? I wasn't getting that vibe. It's obviously a spell, if you know what I'm saying, energetically. Like if you go dance naked in the moonlight, it's a spell. The spell is, I want my reality to reveal itself to me. Energetically, spiritually, not like actually naked. Because you're going to put out those energies of carefree. And normally you stand in non-carefree self-judgment of other, which is why it's a spell. All that pagan stuff is energy. It's quantum energy work. No wonder Christianity had to hijack it. Because it did. Estrogen is Easter, the goddess of estrogen. All the pagan holidays, the Christmas tree, all of it, all aligned. It's like, I'll take that, thank you. Kleptomania Christians, stealing from the other religions. I am as being, not a being. That is deep, creative. Whoa. I'm going to say that's the most beautiful and profound thing I've heard spiritually. That sums up everything I've said my whole life. That is actually, you want to say that everything is a metaphor about your relationship with yourself? That's the highest truth that any human has said. No one else is saying that. That's my conclusion from all of my self-study. It's a very clever, quick way to say it. But what you just said is what it... I am is being. It's not a being. You're not building on something. You're building on existence. Existing on being. And being is in self-commune all the time. That is to be celebrated. And that will create blessings of more alignment and more all things, the fruits of that. Brilliant, eh? I give you, that's it. That's the spiritual statement definitely of the year. My wife probably just gets that. That's why I'm not going talking to her about this stuff anymore. She's like, what part of your being are you struggling with? Why are you talking to me? Basically, if I'm trying to discuss a being and a being's nature, I'm going to get it wrong. Well, there's going to be aspects of wrong in it. In fact, there's no need because there is no being. There's being, there's no being. That's huge what you just did. That's ascension. That's done. We're done. We're finished. It's like, oh, you want to go suffer? Cool. Then why don't you go and invest in your being? Oh, that being is suffering, is it? You have immaculate perception. You can change that into... You get it. That was brilliant. You're brilliant. Purpose. That was great. That's like... I'm going to walk around with a smile the whole day now thinking about that. I swear that they better not be telling me to humble myself in a relationship. Better not. But that's the thing, see, that's why a lot of, funny enough, I've noticed a theme now where a lot of girls are just not wanting to be in relationships because they can see it and the guys can't. And if the guy doesn't want to develop the ability to see it, you're wasting your time. You're basically getting diluted over and over again. And all that'll happen is the guy will turn around one day and say, you're the reason why he's not happy. So why put effort in just to have your heart? Because you're going to get addicted / attached to anybody you spend time around. So why do that to yourself? Creative purpose. You're amazing. You just that's the key to ascension. To remember you're being. You're not a being. And for being to exist, the interfacing has to happen. And that's all that's really happening, is you're interfacing with your balanced other. You can bring your attention inside of yourself and then you're still communing with your balanced other. This is my balanced other. If I talk about somebody, that's my balanced other. I'm just here for the magic. That's definitely t-shirt number 3. It's definitely t-shirt number 3. "21 messages! It's profound truth that is built upon the experience growth of unlocking more truth." There it is. Boozer, you guys are great because you guys kept summing it up. Even better. Like, say a whole bunch of spiritual truths in a circle and then you guys will go, basically a reduction, you'll refine it. Chanting. Karen. And we are not separate. No. Seamless, one seamless being. There's no sense unless both can see, correct. Which means, in a sense, one could almost say that it's a fact, though. It is a fact. As in Shampoo and DVC, I'm going to embarrass you guys, but technically you dreamt each other into existence. For reals. We all dreamt each other into existence. And just know that. Honor your dream. Honor your dream. So I dreamt that wind, exactly. Because it's my spirit balancing itself. A DBC, exactly. That's what's the best ride. Golden Age, where you get to like jump into the quick, the quick cart, and the Golden Age takes off, and then you get to basically just go past yourself, reminding yourself, it's the best. I think it's God's favorite pastime. Spiritual shampoo. You guys did though. But know what? I know what you're talking about. Shampoo. We all dreamt each other into existence. But I'm just saying, your messages were close to each other, so that's why I said it. Not for any other reason. I like the idea. Okay, cool. Subject change. Otherwise I'm going to start joking about that topic and then it'll get too hectic. No, right now, Spirit's going, like, tell them that they can never... No, come on, I'm going to joke now, guys. I have to. I'm like, okay, I'm doing it anyway. I'm doing it. Okay. Spirit's like, you guys can never be together. You'll create a spiritual rift if you ever meet. And I'm down for it. let's create a spiritual rift. The whole idea of where they make up a story don't eat the apple. You'll become like God. It's like the episode of Workaholics where it's like the prophecy. There's that prophecy thing, he has to die tonight. And the other guy's like, why don't we try and challenge the prophecy rather? Brilliant, we'll destroy the prophecy, we'll keep him safe. The guy's like, I'm on a real spiritual high right now. It's the episode of Workaholics. I think it's the episode where they do the shrooms. It might be one where they do that. No, I don't know. Anyway. That's hectic, Sierra. Sierra, that's hectic. That's the worst, Sierra. The sorry with no change is pure manipulation. No, you got to. With healthy boundaries, and you set them, and then the person steps over. And that's the only issue in all of this, is healthy boundaries. Because it's like, oh, everyone's everyone. Let them do what they want with me. Or, everyone's everyone. I can just take what you have because you're me. Oh, it's your karmic journey. That's the problem. That's the only catch-22 in all of this knowledge. It will the universe will do the same thing to you. But it actually doesn't matter. As you get clever, it's going to get as clever. And do this. It puts you in the same situation that you're rigging. Healthy boundaries. It's like, forgive us our trespasses, but probably install electric fence. This is what Jesus said. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. But I'm definitely putting bear traps in my back garden. Go ahead, trespass. I dare you. I triple dare you. Yeah, no, it's hectic. It's hectic. It's really about his relationship with his own feminine. At the end of the day. That's hectic, eh? Fear of abandonment used to cause me to love others. Definitely, I so got that. Well, I was adopted, so I had to, and I had to hedge my bets. You don't upset anybody if you're adopted, because then, they're not going to look out for you. It's not like they actually love you naturally. You have to trick them into loving you. Mirror them and shit. I mean, you can't just be true to yourself all the time. I love it. I trust people, but I still carry pepper spray. And he thinks it's entitlement, exactly. No. You over there with the savior fear. No, Sierra, that's not deflecting. That's poor me. Sierra, read the Celestine prophecy. That's called poor me. I'm sorry I'm not good enough for you. And then you go, oh, God. It's basically poor me. It's energy vampiring. So if he criticizes you, if he's aloof, if he's poor me, or if he's aggressive, he's an energy thief. And you know what? I'm going to be really harsh right now. You deserve it. You deserve everything he does to you. How dare you allow that? Because I'm addicted. Good, then suffer. That's mean. Well, then break up with him. Separate him from your space. But I love it, suffer. But you're addicted to a fake drug called someone else. You're looking for yourself in that relationship. He's not acting like you. He won't. Fuck him. Cut him off from the source of joy. Or make him read the Celestine prophecy. Say, please read the Celestine prophecy. You got the making of greatness, but right now you're so karmically bunged up, I don't know what to do for you. Okay, I hear what you're saying. Oh, so it's a full-on real situation. You know, I'm not just some airy fairy concept. You're in a real. You got a place. You need to live. You got to feed yourself, and you're a girl. You cannot walk on the streets alone. It's real. You're right. I'm like, you know, thinking everything's conceptual, and then what do you? Other than that, what are your things? Like, what are your attachments? You know what I mean? What are your attachments? Do you have like family that's close by? Would you pack up and go on an adventure? Because technically it was just money. If someone said, listen, here's $5,000, and that was would you then just disappear from his space and never see him again? Oh, and your preggers, what an adventure. Meaning it's you know what I mean. It's exciting if you think about it because it's all the potential like it's scary, but you're God, so you can probably rig the situation along the way in your favor. How many months? It's exciting. And then who's the dad? You know who the father is. You're like, no, I'm not going to know who the father is. Oh, good. Don't tell the father who the father is. It would become complicated when you travel later on a book tour. When you go to tour with your book. You know, the new Harry Potter series. Oh, that was somebody else. Someone did that already. We'll get a different story for you. I'm serious though. You are God. It is an adventure. You are an actual girl with an actual child. But you also happen to have the actual creator of creation inside you. And that child is amazing. Beyond amazing. Take away by the dad. It's like, you're not the father. He's like, what? I'm like, you might be. He's like, what? You thought you hated me before. I made that all up right now. Of course you're the father. And actually the father had wings. Pretend no one's the father. Claim you're a virgin. Say I'm immaculate. One day I was here. Next minute, I was feeling sick in the morning. Do that, because you are your thing is that, Sierra. You have got that. You are going to be that rich person. Deny. Wind pollination. It's I got pregnant from wind pollination. It wasn't your child. Please, man. And does he know? Of course he knows you're pregnant. Dang, so he's probably feeling half trapped as well. Because now he's not happy. He loves you. He does love you. He loves himself. He said, oh my God, it's tough, eh? Because in other words, his situation is a polarization of his relationship. Reality is frozen. It's frozen, meaning reality replicates, that's the child. Reality is you with dancing with yourself, that's you. And the moment is frozen. And is he trying to trap you? So he wants to keep you like that. Do you think? So they think that he did the whole pregnancy and then, you know, it's not. It is, but it's not. No, see, remember he's only dancing with himself. So let's only look at his subconscious. Forget about what you think. He's the subconscious. Subconscious, you're everyone in the dream. You don't exist. Neither does the child. You're conceptions in his subconscious. He's not interfacing with you. So therefore he does love you. You are an energy mirror of him. So is the child. He loves himself. The whole situation represents an energetic block. So even though he is doing those things you're saying, the reason he's doing it isn't sinister. It's ignorance on knowing the true self. I'm just going to sit here and stare until Spirit gives me something clever to say that'll help the situation. Hold on. If I were God, what would God say next to be clever and insightful so everybody can feel better? It's a struggle. It's a struggle, Sarah. And it is the struggle that gives the fruits. So meaning you either stay and work it out to some degree, or you do the thing of I'm going to get rich and go. But then there's going to be custody issues. Okay, so you know it's not sinister. So money. Let's just get you sorted with the cash. Would you leave if you got money? A part of me thinks you wouldn't. A part of me thinks you would. It would flush out things and de-stress things a bit, and that you and him would get along a little bit better for a bit. And then you'd be like, yeah, let's just give it another shot. A piece. I can feel that energy. That there is a part of you that does love him, and you are him, and you do see yourself in him. And there are real world stresses. You know, like he would like to be a better version of himself, and if he's not, it's horrible. Meaning he'd like to provide and make the money and do the thing and be the clever, cool guy that you think is amazing. But if he's not going to get that from you, he'll shut down even more. It's like, oh yeah, the last 2 times we spoke, you criticized me, I'm not listening to you, that kind of thing. Yes, he's generating it himself, which is why you as the cognitive being can, if you choose, lend your awareness to him. Boozer, you're the best. Yeah, that's the main variable. That you are more aligned. You don't have to lend your energy to him. This is true. Creating with purpose is true. It's true. Spiritual charity is bullshit. You know what I mean by spiritual charity? If you fucking want to ascend, if you want to know yourself, fucking ask. And you can learn this shit. Someone else going, you shame, you poor creature, let me help you. It's like, you don't want help, fuck you. When a sentient being wants the help, it's going to say, listen, I want to know now. What's creation? I'm done. I want alignment. Until then, we should take joy in the suffering of the sentient beings that don't want to know themselves. I'm practicing tough love. Fuck them. When you're sick of suffering, come to me. Until then, fuck off. Is it working? You know, I'd rather do that, because then half of them are like, fuck, that's hilarious. He just told, you know, because then if you watch me do all of that, you'd be like, it is working. You'd be laughing at you now. Exactly. Self as well. Within my life, I got to the point where like, fuck this shit. I want to know now, because this is stupid. Suffering is stupid. Sadness is stupid. This impossible reality that cannot be reconciled with itself, where any joy is directly connected to other suffering. How much money you got? Lots. Okay, cool. Where's it coming from? What industries and how many people have it? You know what I'm saying? So at some point you go, this reality is there's no end in that. Oh, I'm going to have a child, 2 children, get a partner, be happy forever. No, it's not going to happen. My days will be filled with ups and downs. Joy and not joy. That's not real. Fuck that. A lot of beings have to get to that point and then go. Not that you then don't have children. It's not about that. It's about you then go, I'm going to seek. You go on a vision quest. You seek till you know. And eventually you accumulate enough energy that you then magnetize other characters you know, and then we end up with a situation like we got right now. No longer afraid of the unknown. It's you. It's always going to be you. You know they say, what's out there? Correct. What is out there? Because you know you're going to be walking up to yourself now. So an alien spaceship landing in your back garden will not be half as scary than if an alien landed. Because now it's like, there's not an alien, man. It's just me. Some aspect of myself wants to do something. So let's go see what it's about. It's different. Like the thing can look like anything. It's like, yeah, it's still me. I'm used to thinking this is me. So an alien can be me. I'm used to watching Biden as a cross-section of my own condition. Yeah, correct, Sarah. Bless you guys. Because like Sarah, you guys say stuff and then I go, yep, I agree. No, that can remind. All we're doing is playing table tennis with the collective's energy. Meaning there is no you guys. There's, like what's the name said, there's just being, which happens through this back and forth. I'm so freaking happy right now because, in other words, waves of clarity and awareness and golden age energies are freaking tangible. Like how I is now, how my being is now, I would hope at 10 years ago. Like I'd be like, one day you can see all self for the self, and now it's like the air is living that. The oxygen is living truth of that fact. It's fucking wonderful. I'm on a real spiritual high right now. Suffering is attachment that uses... Exactly. God, I love you. I love it when the truth is spoken by others. Truth comes from dark day and seeking out. Boozer, bless you. From now on, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to say bless you. Because I don't want to add footnotes to your statements. Your statements are just chef's kiss, God's chef's kiss. Like honey to my ears. Wait, what's honey? Why would honey want to be in your ears? I don't know. It's a Bible phrase. Like honey to my ears. So that's getting in the way, so I can go ahead and... Sure, Boozer. We're all in the zone right now, hey? What song under our cards in fact now? Pain is inevitable, no. Only if you identify with being, then you pain. If being, an actual being, if you don't identify with the being, there is no suffering. If you realize you are, I am, is being, not a being. Someone said it earlier on. It's the same as true. There is suffering, but there's no one to suffer. So the idea of a sentient being actually gets transcended. You are a sentient being, but you can transcend your sentience. So even your soul identity gets transcended. Exactly. That's not honey. That's not honey you're eating, Winnie. That's universal consciousness. And that's funny. Honey, they say, is the best embodiment of solar intelligence or solar wisdom or the sun. No, you're not. No, Sierra, we're not. We understand. The thing is, Sierra, you still are a holographic composite of the collective. So you telling us your condition is us listening to the collective tell us itself. It's still that. Nobody here isn't an adept, amazing. There's no victims here. None of you guys consider yourself a victim. You know you're dancing with your karma. You all have a good sense of humor. None of you are like, you're all like, yeah, no, you have glimpses of clarity and the glimpses of forgetting or not knowing, and then you get it again, and you understand that the back and forth is bringing others into greater awareness. Guys are not ordinary. Maybe nobody's ordinary. Shut up. I can't compliment you if you say nobody's ordinary. God, you guys aren't ordinary. You guys climb in the swimming pool and you climb out to show how easy it is. Others climb in the pool and they start screaming about how they're drowning. You're like, it's easy. I can climb in, climb out, climb in, climb out. I can get awareness. I can forget myself. I can remember myself. I can forget myself. Forgetting myself isn't a curse, eternal curse. I can dry myself off. It's okay. Go have a cool drink and get back in the pool. Go have a big meal and go swim straight away. You guys are showing how easy it is. guys are spiritual steroids. I'm going to repeat this stuff a lot. The overtoning effect you guys are having on the planet is second to none. Galactic Council, that's Galactic Council saying that. You guys can roll in the mud and you know you are not the mud. You can chew giant chunks of karma and you know that you will digest that stuff. You are not the karma. You are spirit. It's the best. What Sam said today, it's the best. I am being, I'm not a being. I am existence. I'm not a thing. Exactly that. Exactly that. And you think about the air that you breathe, everyone breathes it. It's a living computer. Think about the atoms, think about the water that's in you. You're going to go take a dump. It's going to go into the ocean. It's going to get evaporated. How many water particles? How many atoms there? Where do they end up? The water in you, where's it been? You know what I'm trying to say? We actually, in my channeling in 2015, I talk about how an atom or a quark that's been through every possible experience and how it's become enlightened, that the physicality has become enlightened. So in other words, if you're born on earth, you're going to be born into non-sin. Eventually it'll be non-sin. Now you're born into sin? Eventually we're like, no, you're not. You're born into divinity. That's what everyone will be saying to everyone. Oh, when you're human, you're born into divinity. What does divinity mean? It means to know the other is the self. We're going to change the whole narrative here. Oh, I'm born into sin. No, I'm not. I'm born into divinity. Why? Because we've established enough knowing that if you breathe this air, the baby's going to go. You know when babies cry? They take their first breath and they cry? Eventually babies are going to go. Because you use that first oxygen is where you go into replication and you subdivide and forget your spirit. And then you feel like you're falling and everything's loud. That's what actually freaks the baby out for. Everything else is learned. The only thing you're afraid of is falling, because gravity suddenly exists, and loud noises. Because I think in the womb and in spirit it doesn't sound the same. The second expands to the whole. You see that what that metaphysical insight you guys are getting. So Buza, yeah. So in the way that you can picture that quantum process of the replicating and how all things are all things. Holding that resonance, others is going to occur to others because you're holding it. Others can go, all moments are the all moment, which means now how many humans run around in every moment celebrating it like it's every moment, like it's all moments. It's liberation, spiritual liberation. But again, golden age, it's to be expected. I'm gonna have to. Oh, I want to go. I have to log off in 13 minutes. I had a severe TB. What is a TBI? Was last year. You only started last year. But it just shows you. It just shows you. So you're saying you're angry for a long time. Last year you haven't experienced. And now you're saying you were the one that said, what's his name, isn't it? You were the one that said about being and not being. But that's my point I'm trying to say. Is you can have somebody who's angry. You're not spiritual. You da-da-da-da-da. Meantime, in a year later, you're saying more profound, higher nature things than I'm saying, and I've been at this for 23 years. Do you see why you should expect great things from everybody? Because then you can let them bring it out of themselves. Not with you, but I'm saying, if I now go look at anybody who's angry, they have the same potential as you. Therefore, I should expect it. Because if I expect them to stay angry and expect them to stay not wanting to know, then that's what I'm going to expect. I'm going to jump to the timeline where they don't want to know. If I go, I expect them to suddenly have a miraculous alignment. This is what I think of everything on the planet. Everyone's having miraculous alignments. Well done, creating with purpose. Well done. Everything. I don't want to shampoo. I don't want to. Traumatic brain injury. Shame. Shame, creating with purpose. So, as in just on a physical level, not nice to be sore. And then I want to give you compassion, but I'm more excited about the spiritual stuff. So I'm like, do I give you some compassion or do I run back to the cool stuff? That's amazing. Do you see? Do you see? And I am an Aquarian avatar. I am Kalki avatar. I'm the 8. I am. There's nobody greater than me. And I know you're all me. And so, I took 23 years. Oh, wow. I know all this information. Cool. Who cares? If you did what you did, and I consider your sentence more of a sum up than anything I've ever said, every single other person is that. Expect it, look for it, wait for it. And boom, we watch it unfold. There's nothing standing in the way of an entire enlightened planet. Yes, but they're so far behind. No one's anywhere other than where you are. Where are you? Absolute God. Where are they? Absolute God. That you go, absolute highest timeline, enter. I'm in the highest timeline with myself and my other God. No, the politicians don't want us to enter. Oh, now you're in a universe where the politicians don't want you to know. Oh, the politicians are all having a miraculous awakenings. Enter. Everything is suddenly in divine alignment. Enter. No, the evildoers. Oh, God. Enter. Emmy! Sup? Now I'm like, if he wanted to, he would. Yana Sierra, it's difficult here. You're basically dancing with your own masculine in a sense. And it's tough, because sometimes, like I know my masculine, would be like, your masculine would do the same. Imagine someone saying to you, if you wanted, it's hectic. It's hectic. Because that's how you feel about yourself. If you wanted to, you would. Whatever it is that you would want. And because you put it on him, it creates a blockage in you. It's just harsh. But not that harsh doesn't work. Like for me, for example, I have this idea where I want to go live at 6 every day for 3 hours. I want to then do 6 readings. I then want to go have a small snack. I then want to spend 3 hours cleaning my home. I then want to meditate for an hour. I then want to paint. I got this whole perfect life I'd like to do. But every other day I get lazy halfway through the day and I just don't do it. If you wanted to, Garth, you would. It's true though. Now I've come full circle. It's true. If I really wanted to, I would. How would he be a better version of himself? Shame. You know that thing of when he actually tries to be a better version of himself? It makes him sad because who he is. You hear what I'm saying? What he does doesn't make him better or worse. What he holds true about himself makes his behavior. Celestian Prophecy. Get him to read it. Do you think he would read it? Martini for one. But his behavior isn't the issue. It is the issue, but his behavior is systemic based on what he believes he is. What he believes life is relative to what he is. It's so important. Now, I think, cleaning now it's spiritual work. Like cleaning dust. Because I know the universal holograms. When I clean, I'm not just cleaning, I'm clarifying universal understanding. Inspiration means to breathe the life into something. Wait, what was the theme before this? And then there's also, it's hectic, because then there's like, not with your pattern, I can't see it there, but I know people who are like, da-da-da-da-da, my boyfriend, la 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 la, that whole thing. And then the girl will get pregnant, the kid will get born, and as the kid's born, then the guy has a moment, and he's like, and then the guy, I know it's like at least two, there's one guy in particular that I'm thinking of, and then he did a whole like, suddenly became diligent, and he existed for the child. And then his whole life came together because he was being diligent. He was honoring life, basically. Wow, Sierra. Sounds cool, actually. Like, to me, I'm like, sounds cool. Like, as in, there's potential. You know what I'm trying to say? Like Celestial Prophecy, get him to read it. Would he read it? Does he read? Would he listen to an audiobook? The Conversation with God books. It's just Celestial Prophecy is such a clever book because it shows you how we all play one of four characters if we don't know better. And we stop playing those four characters, then the true narrative builds itself. When I stop playing poor me or aggressive, I start to honor my own truth. And then I will see it in others. And then when I assist others, I assist the self. That's all it's about. It explains this, the insights, the 9 insights. Wait, I'm lost again. Am I talking to two people? Have I lost track of who I'm talking to? No, it's the same person. That was my ex with your daughter. So you've got a daughter and are you pregnant now? Did I just overlap characters? I think reading is better than listening to the audiobook. Oh, I hear what you're saying. And I hear what you're saying, Sierra. And that's what, I personally don't like. Well, I don't like to, not that I don't like it. I just see myself. I don't like when I was in that relationship with myself, where my masculine or the established was telling me how to define myself. Okay, got you. That's hilarious, Boozer. That's hilarious. I'll read to him. My wife used to read A Wheel of Time to me. I think she read like 4 of the books to me. Bianca! Good morning. Sup, Bianca? Hope you having a super Monday. How windy outside. Nice weather though, but windy. I think they made a movie about it as well. I think they made a movie. So I think it's on YouTube. It's free or something. Osmosis shit, exactly. Because in my bedroom, growing up, my family's library was in the, not li- it was a library. It wasn't a library. All the books were there. The family's books. And I mean, my family had books. Spiritual books. My grandfather started collecting them. So his entire collection was in the house, in my room. And I think a lot of it, I might have absorbed it while I was sleeping. I mean, really a lot. Like the Metaphysical Cat and your Rancher book, which is an expensive book. A lot. I mean, I'm talking all of Edgar Casey's works. Everything. Like, I'm talking like shelves and shelves and shelves of books. Like, it's literally a treasure house. Right now, that's a treasure house of books. Like, I could do a book study once a day and it just, I can't explain how many books there are. And it was in my room. Okay, I've said it 5 times, sorry. Point is I absorbed it. Okay, stop talking about it now, Garth. Okay, sorry. Morning. It's a beautiful day. It's a stunning day. and considered himself an occultist. Right. So he cares about that stuff. That's rad. Or at least, you know what I mean? I couldn't find the Metaphysical Cat. The book. It's great. Shall I give us a city? Give it to me and I can send it to you. My sister's the guardian of all the books now. And a lot of them my grandfather would buy copies. He'd buy double of everything. So there's a whole bunch of Edgar Casey stuff where there's doubles of all the books. That is amazing, Boozer. It's such a nice thing to keep company, you know. To keep old people company, volunteer at old age home. It's amazing, Sierra. The amount of books our parents have. Like if I said 1,000 books, I wouldn't be exaggerating. Acacia, exactly. Genius, Sierra! That's what I was thinking when I sleep. Like, you know, all those books. If you could, like, I was thinking like a crossword puzzle. Like if this book actually fits into this book at a three-dimensional right angle and this book fits into this book. Because it's all one subject. Every book there is on one subject. What? Your relationship with yourself. So now you read the books and you're like, oh my God. This is really fine, detailed, metaphysical explanation of the nature of all. Do you see why it's cool to complicate it and simplify it and complicate it and simplify it and complicate it and simplify it? And how a never-ending complex truth can exist in a water droplet. That water droplet is still mirroring that eternal truth. Liquid spirit, basically. Or I've always spent time with old souls, Mal, that's so rad. But he's one of those biased ones where he knows it all when he's so close yet so far. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I swear that's my... If you took everybody who was half enlightened, who met me, that would be their sentiment at me. I'm biased to paradigms. And yet I'm so enlightened, yet so far from discovering its all self. And yet those very people wouldn't have at the time known I was them. They were me. So they weren't actually looking at me, they were looking at them. Oh, 2% of them knew. Those are the ones that never spoke about it. If you know, you're not going to talk about it. Because then all you're going to do is teach or talk about what you most need to figure out. If you've actually figured it out, everybody's figured it out. If you think they haven't, you're projecting. Sierra, that's a girl, that's beautiful. That's exactly, I hear you, Sierra. I hear you. Now that's beautiful because that means everyone's there. That's a good thing. If everyone now just listens to themselves being illustrated with more detail. That's what a converse sensation is. It's a fractal journey into yourself. So I can guarantee the second you see him do that, stop listening. Stop listening. Look at him but don't listen. Or look away. Or get bored. If you've heard it, it can't retain your attention. My wife started doing that with me. I was explaining stuff like last year. So I've explained stuff to her since day one. And she needs it and she likes it and she can't put it into words. But it got to the point where she would stop listening. And I'd be like, why is she? And then I realized I wasn't saying, I would say something and then I'd say something using different, and oh my God, I'm saying the same thing. And her sentiment at the last thing I said would be my next statement. So eventually she's like, oh, why am I even listening to you? All I'm listening to is my thoughts get polarized by your personality. And I'm psychic, so I'm like, oh, hectic. Okay, I guess there's no one here but me. That was like September last year. And I knew that already, but if you operate there, it's the best. Ignore others out of existence. Because you're not going to reconcile back to back. Stories are not going to reconcile themselves. And you're not a story. You make a story when you're vibrating so slowly. that you don't know others are you. There's no story to record if it's just going to be me with myself forever. Timber, I'm yelling timber, you better run. I'm gonna now. Oh, I'm yelling timber. That's what makes my strategy. He says what I just said, but more direct, less artistic. I love you guys, serious, and your dude. I love you. You guys are a beautiful, beautiful polarization of the collective human condition. Exactly, and then he projects. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's like the human condition. Hi, I'm comically constipated, and it's all your faults. Without the pizzazz. Have a beautiful one, Sandria, and thank you so much for just being amazing and spiritual effort and just everything and the gifts, and you're literally God's gift to earth. Guys, everyone here as well, I've looked into our energies and we actually are. There's worlds that we love more than this place, and we've agreed to come here for this place. We've all got things to do. We've all got places to go. We're all from amazing realms. We're lending that realm, our realms, we're lending those realms to this place. On a base, non-spiritual level, there is actual physical work being done. There are actual aliens who actually genetically seed. I'm operating from the absolute truth all the time, but there are levels that are true to beings, and they are adventuring, and so you're actually liberating actual spiritual slaves from a system. Earth had a bunch of trapped souls. They are now able to liberate because of you people. It's real, and not just, God's by itself, trapped in itself, and now it's escaped itself. Yes, that is true ultimately, but don't you ruining it. You're ruining it by being so cynical. Don't be so cynical. That was what I've been saying. It's not cynical, it's just simplifying it. Yeah, do it. Put it into words. It is too funny. It's like, when it gets too heavy, remember, it's just you with a boot on your own face. It's Sierra. God bless you. Bless you, Sierra. God bless the mothers. If you are the future mothers, the children are in good hands. Because now you're going to know that, and then all you're going to do with your child is go, listen, that person doesn't know because they're struggling with themselves because they did, and that did, and your kid's going to be like, oh, like a golden illuminated one, levitating. Because you know, you're walking in truth, you're walking in spirit, divinity. Like, you're not carrying animosity. You're like, you go, yes, I get that I'm talking on base levels where these guys are dumb and he regurgitates me back at me, but ultimately I know that they are treating me my masculine. Now, Sierra, literally, push the chair aside, get on my knees, and literally touch my third eye to the ground for you. If that's what humans get, then we're there, we're well done. I can skip down the field. Skip in a field, because there's illuminated beings raising the next generation to be able to align with 100%. And therefore, the whole planet aligns with itself. It's not just that hologram of your paradigm with him and the kids and you. It's got to do the whole place. The collective feminine knows. Basically, the collective feminine is probably in charge now. In fact, yes, it is. And it knows that the ignorant is just learning how to balance the masculine. In other words, how to create healthy boundaries. How to be firm but fair. In other words, if you're not balanced, if you can't match that energy, it'll override you. So it's literally teaching you exactly what you need to learn to match. Amazing. Booze is nailing it. That's nailing it. You operate from the highest timeline where the person's 100% aligned, and then you can reverse engineer their solution to you or back to themselves. Amazing, Boozer. All of you guys here. Like, I'm literally get the company of adepts. I really wish I could grab God and shake it and go, thank you. Thank you for what you've done for my life. But there's nothing. So God's like, I made all of this. It's not enough. And this all seems for my father who was not a good master. Correct. And the collective's relationship with Father God is reality, and it feels the same. It feels like it wasn't a good example. So you become the example. Exactly. Because a pyramid is literally, all matter is energy before it turns into matter. A pyramid is shape. And the matter will pop into existence based on your relationship with your masculine future, masculine past, feminine future, feminine past. And in that imbalance, you ascend fifth dimension, if it's in balance. And that's what all these metaphors are about. Bringing you into balance. And then once you can see the metaphors, you realize that you always were in balance. A part of you was always in balance. And then it's just what part of you are you going to choose to identify with. Expect the best because you have full confidence that they are the best. And that. So you energetically you start at the end of the maze. And you just go backwards, and it'll naturally take you back to the beginning. You start with what you are, and you overturn what is. Because seriously, Jesus probably had like a bunch. Jesus had like 100 students. He's like, right, now explain it back to me. And they're like, okay, and then this happens, and then back. He's like, right, cool. They can crucify me. You can take me now. I've got 100 students who know exactly what I know. It's gonna replicate. Yeah, because it's a never-ending impossible balance here, I think. Like, no, that you can, and that's ascend, then you'll actually physically ascend. That it's, like absolute zero. Like, you can't get absolute zero. It's either frozen or not. It's either masculine or feminine, but it's not true. In the higher planes, they're the one and the same. All activity and direction are meaningless in the higher dimensions. As unified fields kick in more and more, difference isn't conceptual. You can't conceive of difference. Therefore, difference in the lower dimensions gives contrast. It's a genius system. The more you study it, the more you realize it's your own nature polarizing at different frequencies. Oh, there we go. Wow. It's like that way I just said that. I've never said it like that before. Because I'm going to log off now, but I have one last time I have to illustrate this. When I'm talking, I'm listening to all of us. The structure of my sentences and what the meaning is inside the sentence is upgrading and refining on a daily basis. So that's how I keep track of where everything is. I don't know who to admire at this point. There's no beings anymore. There's just being. And I admire it all. Because when you project out, it's a childish notion to think out. Those out of you are in you. And when you go in you, you're just talking to the collective outside of you. Thumbtack in the map. Did you do it on Cape Town, Monkey Valley? I know, I don't appreciate you leave us, your shampoo. We're gonna all get addicted to each other. End up living on a community. We can do that though. We all live on a giant piece of land. With a helicopter. Maturity is an illusion. Did you see that dichotomy, Sierra? Sierra, do me a favor. And you tell your partner, you say, you're lucky. And he's like, why? I'm like, and you'd be like, have you seen me? Have you seen me? Do you have any idea who I am? Just do it. Add as much levity as you can. If you can, when you can. Add levity to it. I can see his soul matrix. And his potential is ridiculous. He is your equal. And it's just an alignment an alignment moment happens, and then he accepts himself, basically. It's the classic human journey. But his potential is as good as ours and better, actually. Everybody's is. So add levity. He's not. He knows you, Sierra. He's special. End of story. It will change everything. What is that? 23 degrees. No, I'm true north. No, I'm not true north. Because if the planet has a wobble, I'm not wobbling. Or am I supposed to wobble? Yeah, you wobble. When you wobble, I wobble. And then we all wobble together, and then everything is perfect. How would your gifts move you to utilize this? Seconds for praise. There it is, just like make-believe. Make-believe makes reality. Yes. It's a fairy tale. That song, the grounding song, guys. The grounding song for the DNA activation that has the actual harmonics of the activation. That's the song. Fairy tale. Be a fairy tale. All you gotta do is believe. It's a fairy tale. Oh, everybody needs a... Sierra, right back at you. Awesome, Ali. I live in a magical fairyland here in freaking Mississippi. Who would have thunk? That's so cool to even know. I know one other dude from Mississippi, but the idea of knowing anyone from Mississippi was a riverboat. It wasn't a place. It's a riverboat, and it's Mississippi. That's the first time I ever was always like, oh, I can spell Mississippi. No, you can't. I can. Mississippi. And then Tom Sawyer. It isn't a place. It's not an actual place with actual people living there. It's from the movie. It's from that series. Are you from Mississippi as well? Lolo. So Lolo, we're busy discussing healing getaway in Cape Town. 3 to 4 months from now, Monkey Valley. I'm gonna put it on the group, and I'll make a video here about it as well. Were you born right by the river? Wait, are you guys all Mississippi? I don't claim this place. Different state though. Oh, okay. But it's the same river. I knew Sailing Rhapsody, he's one of the guys I follow on TikTok. He sailed his boat down the Mississippi into the ocean. I'm more of a sand and waves girl, beach vibes. You're gonna like Monkey Valley. I need a confirmation of when the shift... I'm getting 2 days from now. But my beliefs are irrelevant. What did you get? What did you get? You're like 2 days as well. Oh, then you're right. Then it's accurate. 2 days from now, you're going to know what it is that does it. It changes everything. So Wednesday. Oh, New Orleans is further inland. Not inland, but further... Yeah, further inland. Oh, of course, because New Orleans also had riverboats. Didn't it? Yeah. There's probably like 3 states that are into riverboats. Stopover be feasible for a Europe trip. Yes, definitely. Definitely. Mally, you must. Monkey Valley's going to be so cool. It's going to be such a cheap, cool thing. Everyone here, all those different spiritual people are going to be doing talks and people playing sound bowls. And I'm going to arrange a whole itinerary, you know. The resort is literally a 2-minute, like 5-minute walk, a little path in the resort, and you just be walking onto the beach. That's it, DBC. I've been noted. Yeah. To me, the shift is like a light blinking on and off, and it spends more time on now than off. I have moments of going, dude, you're there. You're sitting in what you've been working at this whole time. You're in it now. Enjoy. Anywhere you move, any direction you think, just follow your passion, and it's all gonna work out. In fact, everything I keep channeling to everybody. If you take all my channelings and you pretended they were me talking through myself, that sentiment is actually all for the self, which is basically You're greater than you think you are. All that stuff. Yeah, Sierra, one last thing. Do the 17-second smile meditation, where you just smile for 17 seconds. In fact, can you please do it for 34 seconds? It's 48 hours of good luck and good energy. So you smile the same way you would smile knowing you've got $1 million in the bank. And you would smile because you know what options it gives you, what liberation it gives you. So smile now. Like that money's there. This is a classic manifestation 101. Because what should happen, and this is recorded, and then the video will be me saying this to you, and a screenshot of your balance. And then people go, they made it up, that's bullshit, it's already your bank account, you didn't manifest it. It'll be me with a top hat to that guy. Bullshit, they made it up. Bunch of charlatans. Everybody do that. Everybody grin and just, like, you can put it on a topic, or you can just grin. And you do that for 17 seconds, or 34 seconds, or 51. And it's 24 hours of good luck. You'll see, all things will just align. Things you want will just happen. You really feel it though. Yeah. The more you can generate, that's what I've noticed with the thing. The smiling isn't so important. Smiling is cool because it does let off endorphins that elates you, but really elate yourself. The Egyptians used to practice that, sitting in a thing, and then they practice dropping their emotions right down to fear, and then practice elating themselves, and they practice moving their emotional body up and down for no reason, because then any experience you have, you can change the experience. Like, for example, if it's a negative thing taking place, you can lift the whole experience. And the experience will understand itself better at a higher level. Like, it's golden. Amen. Golden. The song by Splendid Ballet. Always believing it's gold. Na na na. It's going to be Monkey Valley in Cape Town. And I'm going to be putting up pictures like in the next 24 hours. And then trying to get a general date. Make sure everyone, the core of us that are going to be there, pretty much work for themselves. So it's not like a time issue. We do want to give everyone at least 4 months, in case you want to generate funds to do it. Need a little bit of a heads up. Well, only we need to know the truth. We all know where it came from. The eyes, after you smile. It's true. Your crow's thingies kick in. Well, I suppose they go slightly slanted. I'm smiling and always feel like starlight. You know how good that is? That's you literally taking your physical body is holding in more light. It's so good. Literally, that's how I'm fond of it. So I'm feeling now, like. And the baths are huge. In the resort where we go, the baths are huge. They're like these giant round, big giant baths. And it's thatched roofed. And it's on a hill. So when you're in your chalet, in your place you're going to stay, you literally look out over this giant peninsula over the ocean. So if you're photographers, we really got to plan this right. Like, we're going to have the day trip where we go to Table Mountain, World of Birds. You guys are going to have itinerary, you're going to know, listen, on this day, you're going to have your camera ready. It's going to be so much fun. Coach Purpose, you're going to be there, eh? It's going to be so awesome. And I know it's the springboard to a lot. And I don't want to know necessarily. I just know it's a springboard. A lot of connections, a lot of co-thingies, and then potentially it then being taken to the next. Because once we've done that, I'm going to get people to record the event. You guys will record the event. We'll have a hashtag for it. You know, because once the event's been done, you can advertise the event as a standard thing. And then everyone who was there goes, listen, I'll go. Oh, Australia, I'll go. Peru, yeah, let's go. And then it's like a circus. What? I thought it was a conference. Yeah, it is a traveling spiritual circus conference. Just thumbsuck and make it up. Like, almost like we're playing lemonade stand. If life gives you lemons, Be glad it didn't give you lemonades. Hey, Fauci. That was an AIDS joke. Get it? If life gives you lemons... Yes, Garth, we heard you. Anyway. Be glad it didn't give you lemonades. Get your lemonades. Get your lemonades. Get your immune booster directly afterwards. Triple vaxxed. So I was in the shop this morning thinking how ridiculous it was. How the masks. It's a fact. The COVID particle molecule and a fart particle. The fart particle is smaller. It's bigger than smaller. Point is, if you can smell my fart through your mask, you can smell my COVID. That's the bottom line. COVID. Make you actually want to go into shops and flatulate on purpose. Are your masks working? What? Is your mask working? Mine isn't. I can smell flatulence. That's me. Did they really? I love that you call it Novid. I love you so much, Boozer. You're the best. Stop! Fucking stop! Like everybody, fucking stop! Like everyone wakes up tomorrow with like a Christmas tree erected in your garden and presents. And I'm like, I'm not even Christian. I don't even do Christmas. And people getting cars delivered to their houses, and Mr. Beast goes into replication, and there's 50,000 Mr. Beast handing out PlayStations to... Stop that. It's like no longer than 51 seconds of smiling. It's too much. It's too much, man. It's too much. And then when people come to me like, listen, Garth, we noticed there was an anomaly happened on your TikTok. The whole world's experiencing blessing on top of blessing, and people are pissed off, and it's your fault. What's happening? I'm like, it wasn't me. This person, creative purpose, I'll out you so quickly. Like, it was them. I'll shove you in front of the bus. They did smiling for almost 3 minutes. And then the agents are like, what do they do? I'm like, they smile for more than 3 minutes. It's like, you see why we lie to the humans? Why? Because then otherwise they're happy all the time. There's a war on the horizon, World War III and the COVIDs. Fuck God. Sorry, I've been talking about how we're all God for so long now. I think they believe it, and now it's true. Agents are like, oh shit, man, what's that? No, we're experiencing etherical movement. It's in your imagination. That's what this is. This is all imagination. Now the people believe that they deserve to be happy because they're God, and now it's one heck of a roller coaster ride. I'm joking, but I'm not. There's actual places where actual agents and actual men in black are having those experiences. We're humanity is the greatest show right now. The whole universe is watching us. We weren't supposed to do this. We were supposed to have nuclear war already 3 times. We were supposed to have been reset, and our souls were supposed to have reincarnated in the past during the plague and shit, I know what I've done, how impressive I've been, and I know you guys have all got your own version of it. I'm dying to find out. And in this workshop, we're going to all get to reveal more of our greater natures to each other. IFO. What's an IFO? Creating purpose, get it. And you were here. And Sierra, her purpose, a year ago he started their journey. You're like, yes, I know, I was there when you saw. Like if I bring a cool story to you, then I get credit for the story. That's why a lot of times we talk things. Like I messed up, my wife gets her nails done, and the lady she gets her nails done for, she ordered her a whole bunch of nice colours, because it's a unique one she uses. And then I told her aunt the day before, which was wrong. It was just one of the spontaneous things where I told her aunt, listen, my wife got her some cool things. At the end of the day, it was my ego trying to get a bit of happiness from the lady for the story. If I'm honest. Not right. Like the one guy, he's making chess pieces. And it's a TikTok video. I'm actually going to end on the story. Plan strike. Shut down the frown. 'Boozer. Did you make that down? Writing it down as a t-shirt. Plan strike. Shut down the frown. See, seeing a t-shirt like that will make you smile. Oh man, I had a story. I forgot what it was. Can you see this? I can. I can make that up tomorrow. Shut down the frown. But no, but other than that, I was saying something. One last story I wanted to say before I left. I do that. I'll make shirts. I only remember. I still think everyone who knows about Teespring would probably use it. People don't actually all know about print on demand. Yeah, I see that comment. And if I go back, Lacey, the comment before that is... Yeah, nothing. It goes back far to nothing. What is sublimation? Oh, what is sublimation? Tell me. There could be a new way of doing t-shirts. What is sublimation? How? Oh, with cling wrap. You put cling wrap over the thing and then you iron it. And then the cling wrap melts the ink off it. I got that psychic image now from somebody or somewhere. I don't know where. And I might be wrong. It's like, Spirit's like, God, this is how it works. I'm like, oh, it's like this. And they're like, no. I'm like, oh. Oh, special ink paper. Okay, and it dyes the fabric. I flashed on that, Sierra. My brain first read subliminals because I'm a lazy dyslexic. So I did, that is a bit of a, possibly, psychic reading of my mind. 1987, no. You mean 1984? It's like Mandela effect! Yeah, 1987, about the Ministry of Truth. No, that's 1984. Uh-oh. And now guys kick my door in and arrest me because I'm in the wrong timeline. Ah, we got you, finally admitted it. He said 1984, arrest him. And it's like, yo, we always catch the Messiah. We never let Jesus come back. Garth, you fuck. Oh, no, this was all just a giant quantum treasure hunt to find the Messiah. I thought I was really clever. I was supposed to have a fear spike. If I don't fear spike, the door doesn't get kicked in. It's like, oh, you're going to fear spike me. So I dropped down 5 levels so that the door can get kicked in and I can get arrested for spiritual crimes against humanity. Some believe that my da-da-da is a path to unnatural abilities. Yes, you have one then. You also have a guide from then, I think. I'm not sure. No, you do both to both, so yeah. Yes, I just pulled it back out to reread. I feel like Yes. 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 Everyone's going to get there eventually. Everyone's going to know that their life is all their lives. And then it's actually going to be connected. You'll actually be able to pull on your other lifetimes' experiences and knowledge. It'll fill in. You will actually remember millions of lifetimes, and it won't be too much for the mind to grasp. It'll be based on the same way that the 6 and the 3 and the 9 can look through itself simultaneously. I'll be looking at a person, but I'll actually be looking at millions of people. So you start to treat each person like they are not just them and everyone on the planet now, they're also them and everyone they've ever been. Do you see how every interaction is you actually dealing with eternity? I think I'm going to do with... Do you have... Right now, Sierra, do you go live? Oh, Sierra... Do you go live at all? It triggers, then you're ready to accept it, and then exactly. By a word. Everyone is getting a gift subscription. You don't. Would you? Would you go live? That's a path. They're saying that's a path. That's one of your paths to cash. As in, it's lucrative, eh? Subs are lucrative. This whole thing is lucrative. And you've got God's gifts to offer everybody. Please, Boozer, do it. Do it. Do it. It'll up your numbers, and you'll say everything. It'll up everything. Plus, it'll be a blessing. Your presence online is a blessing. Okay, so you also want to go live. Where you at now? You're right there. Everybody follow you. Okay, so anyone, if you want to do, I'm trying to think now, how do I do a shout out for you? I'll get you guys numbers. There's not many. We all just have to follow each other. My heart goes out to all the little flies on the walls. And that reminds me of my mom. The very first time I ever encountered a fruit fly, I was like, Mom, there's fruit flies by the bananas. I was waving them, and she's like, they gotta eat too. It's so sweet. I'm like, they do, you're right. So I started a new job, a new co-workers. I heard about that. They were hostile. It must be hectic. Trying to figure out what. But it could be none. Melly, it could be healthy boundaries. To learn to just ignore the waves. It could be that. Because you know why they're doing it. It's just all boring reasons. You know, jealousy because they deserve to be as happy as you. Or to be able to commune with your spirit. You know, to half see the trees for the woods. They can sense that in you and they want it. And they don't know how to say it nicely, so they shake you. They bash the side of the TV hoping it'll come right. It is, because it is hard. Because you're taking on their issues. It's their issues. Insulate. Be carefree. Don't stick your hand in the sinking sand. Fuck them, basically. They're not owed your divine blessings and insight into their condition, in the hopes that if you learn their condition, you learn a lesson. You've got nothing to learn. You know everything, Mally. You're technically an ascended master. So don't allow them to breach your boundaries. That's them alone with themselves, hating on themselves, and they know that you could prevent them from being pathetic. But you won't hand over your secrets because you probably like them. That's all they know is themselves. You probably like them. Probably won't share your secrets. You probably want them to be unhappy. Cool, keep that attitude. Yeah, I do. I want you to be unhappy. In fact, stay unhappy. And they go, well, now I'm going to figure it out, so I'm not unhappy. Well, good, I'm glad. Whatever it takes for you to put some effort into your own happiness instead of making me give you my answers. Like if I was mad, I've been through the suffering. I learned what I learned. I know what I know. If you want to know, you figure it out for yourself. Just because you energetically can sense that I'm aligned. Don't abuse me. You fucks. Don't worry, Maddie. I love you. Fuck them. The Holy Spirit wants you to know that they aren't worth redeeming. We're going to damn them to eternal self without knowing it. They're probably going to blame their family and friends for their sadness. Why does cursing people make me happy? Alright. Because all I've done is I put them in a maze that they can escape, and then they can be enlightened once they've escaped. So curses are pretty cool, actually. Yeah. You know, I want to be spiritually stronger. Cool, I'm going to curse myself. By the time I escape this curse, guys you all better run, because I'm going to be so powerful. Wait, I'm going to probably love you guys even more. Don't have to run, it's okay. I'm feeling loving. I don't know why, Lacey. It does it to me, so even in my wife's life sometimes. I'll try and talk to her and it's like, what the hell? You dare block me. Because I saw that, I didn't see anything else other than the one where you ask if you're being seen. Like, log off and come back and then type straight away? I wonder what it is. Is it a random, or is the algorithm going, fucking Lacey, oh, I'm gonna get her, I'm gonna raise everything, you know? Like, is there an AI out there? And it's like, no, Lacey, and she knows what she did. And you're like, I don't. And AI's like, you do. And you're like, I don't. And AI's like, she doesn't. Because they can tell if you're lying. I thought you offended us. AI's like, and the AI just misunderstood something. Like, could be some backstory like that? Or it could just be random. 17 med sages. That's the next thing that came through. What's a med sage? I like it. Unstable connection. I'm supposed to log off, that's why. And there's probably like a team of like Israelis. Why? Because Free Palestine. Probably a whole team of Israeli hackers there trying to get me not to talk to people. And I'm like, with my God powers, I can hack you back without even trying. If my karma's too good, you can't touch me, basically. My relationship with myself is too divine. I got my stuff here. I'm carry my spiritual ego around. This ego is the best ego. I know, you're the reason why I never leave. I'm not going, Shampoo. No, that is, I have to. Sorry, Shampoo. You see how much control you have. I should have logged off the first time I said it. Now you know. Now you know how much control. 4 minutes, and then it's a 4-hour live, and then I'm logging off, and I've got things to do, and I've got readings to do, and I'm behind, and I've got 3 days left to the last of the readings. Or people are going to be like, I want my money back. And I'll be like, well, technically, I don't really have it anymore. No, I'll give back the money to anyone ever who wants it. Because I still think my readings are more valuable. I still think my service is more valuable than the money. You must all think that way. You must all think that the money is a side effect, that you're doing them a favor. Any service you offer. I forgive you. I am your sister wife. Oh, rad. You're my sister wife. That's rad. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought you were my wife's sister wife. Wait, what does that make us? I know, God, I'm your sister wife. Oh, wait, who? Why does it now feel like we have to serve somebody? Now that you're my, like, what makes me think in the first place that sister wives have to, they do, don't they? Yeah, they do. Sister wives have to serve them. They're not serving the man. He represents the Godhead. Traditional, good old-fashioned Mormon religion, Mormon values. I am by Aaron. I'm going to write that down with me. My brother's name is Billie Jean. No ways. No ways. That's hilarious. See, everyone has everyone else's thing. Everyone else has everyone else's story half crossed over. We're all just 1 degree separations of each other. It's Aaron Rurley. Shauna! That's weird as fuck. Could be reading 100 times. Okay. Billie Jean is not my... that story is based on some lady who jumped over his wall. And he was so nice about it. He wasn't like she was crazy. He's like, no shame, man. Like basically understanding what it's like to have a psychological slip. Lazy enlightened. Am I the lazy enlightened? Yes, and so am I. What about Sierra? A reading list. Get onto Amazon and list 20 spiritual books that are great and put the link in your bio. That's how you can make good money that way, really. Billie Jean is not my brother. On the floor and around. Said I am the one. It's Billie Jean. I'm gonna make a change for once in my life. Gonna feel real different. Gonna make a change. Gonna make things right. Then I run onto stage. This is day one of the course. And I'm like, everyone's clapping, and I think I'm like the famous celebrity guy at a workshop. Says I am the one, and then I break into my solo. This is the beginning of the workshop, guys. The theme of the whole workshop is man in the mirror. Don't you mean person in the mirror? Shut up, girls! Do you think we're here to honor the divine feminine? Oh, there's no such thing as the divine feminine. I'm being oppressed! There's a guy in the corner with a boot on his face. I'm oppressing myself! Right. What's singing Man in the Mirror? Must be amazing. I'm talking about the man in the mirror. Oh, I'm asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. Remember those words and make a change. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I've been a victim of a selfish kind of love. It's time that I rearrange. There are kids on the street without enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their needs? Oh, that's so cool. Did I make a noise as well? Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their needs? Who am I to be third eye blind, pretending not to see my greater spiritual needs? God, I love the way Garth did that. Like, you gotta become your own, like I got 4 personalities that celebrate me every day. Yes, we do. It's because he's charismatic. I like him because he's got a pure heart. I think he's good looking. I think he's handsome. He's a pretty boy. You know what I like about Garth? Whatever he likes about himself. That's my 4th cheerleader. It's my self-loving simp. Okay, I'm logging off now. So that was 4 hours. You guys are the best. And today I will post stuff on the group about Monkey Valley. Start getting you guys excited. I keep seeing shadows and image imprints. So I always stop when I read and I go, that's basically me going, putting my antenna out to hopefully get some information that I can say. Paradigm alignment distribution is what you're busy facilitating. What? I don't know. No, man, I don't talk about 19th dimension. Apparently in the 19th dimension, that's bullshit. It's true, though. Okay, it's true, though. You're basically at paradigms. You're very good at paradigm distribution. Meaning, if there were 10 people in a room and you knew their characters, you would know what problems to give them so that the group can best handle solving its own problem. Wow. And so your subconscious, unconscious super soul's doing that, and then your lower self is getting wind of it via shadows and patterns. That's the actual answer. Right back at you, Spill Shampoo. Like maximum. Love you so much. All you guys so much. I want to develop more magic or something to be more so that I can actually, that my love has value back at everybody. Which is literally the kind of love that makes you want to go better yourself. Or from my point of view, dig up more of my self-knowledge or remember more so the love I offer actually has value. Here's my love. It's not very, here's my love. It's not very impressive, but you can have it. You do, DVC, right back at you, bro. I'm glad you do. I'm glad you do. 6 hours is a quick drive. I'm going to go now, okay? See you guys later. Oh, hey, girl. Hey, beautiful. Yeah. Oh, you got to see her. What a blessing. Who's that? Who's this over here? It's in my lap. It's in my lap if you want. This is Mekel. You know what Mekel means? It's Jewish for, it's Hebrew for who is God. Free Palestine. Free Palestine, free Palestine. Every time I mention Israel or anything Jewish, I have to say free Palestine 3 times. Free Palestine 3 times. And free Palestine. Creating purpose. Says hello, Mekel. And she loves to sit on the windowsill and watch stuff outside. Oh, I just realized, no. Big Red, which is that little lawnmower from Lawnmower Man. She was watching, no, it wasn't Big Red. It was another kind of lawnmower. She was watching a guy in an actual driving a thing. Yeah, free Palestine. Now, the Israeli-Palestine situation is the human condition. And you might as well just say Palestine is female or feminine. The establishment thinks it knows best. Mansplaining. It is what it is. It is what it is. And so when the collective has loosened that enough, actual Israelis are going to go, I can't be a part of this. I'm going to go on holiday to New York and I'm not coming back. It's already started. It's about 140,000 Israelis have gone on holiday not to go back. The collective ego. It's what it is. The collective ego is where the masculine is not honoring the feminine. And that's not a girl-boy. Nature has its feminine and its masculine nature. If you're not honoring the feminine, you're ignoring your shadow self. It's not holistic. Amen. Amen. Preach it, sister. Preach it. I do think it's funny that when the feminine tries to raise awareness to an issue that's basically attacks the feminine. Yeah, because who are you? Who are you to tell me that my feminine, you know what I mean? It's hilarious. As long as you can keep laughing at that. Because you use a bit of masculine to inform the masculine that it's not feminine enough. And then you can come up with funny ways of dealing with the attack. You know, while you're being attacked, you'll be like, I'm being attacked. Yeah, and then you laugh. Quicker, better ways of transmuting it. Which I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. And I will see you guys. Yeah, I'm going to go now, right away, and start working on the Monkey Valley, the event. Start putting pictures up, that kind of thing. And then I'm also doing 6 readings. And then I'm going to post all the gifts today. Thank you things. Oh, she's back. I love her. Who's this? Look over here. Yes, like a step closer. Let them see you. Let them see you. Oh, she's on my lap. I love her. She is so cute. Like, she'll walk through the room, and then as she's walking through, she'll step on my foot. She'll just put her back foot on my foot. She's like so sweet. I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna leave now. I'll switch off. It's addictive. That's why I haven't left yet. You guys are addictive. I can quit anytime I want. No, you can't. I can. I have to do my spiritual friends 12-step program. Oh, my name's Garth and I'm addicted to my spiritual friends. Hi, Garth. To have the strength to the things you can't. You hear that? That's her purring and licking my hand. Gosh, I love her. Okay, cool. Logging off now. Guys, stay amazing. Bless you all so much. I have to go speak to my parole officer now. It's alright, because I'm not supposed to be addicted to spiritual people. I'm joking. That's for the record. I don't have a parole officer. The cops will never take me alive. By cops, I mean any authority. Any centralized authority. I don't recognize you. Okay, bye.